Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all to the call to order the December 17, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara Community College District Board of Trustees. We will begin the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, justice for all. Yeah, here we go. So again, welcome everyone. We will begin with we can begin with a roll call, but I see that all of our trustees are here, so I don't think we need to actually do the roll call. Everybody is in attendance, except I believe our student trustee is not present. Other than that, everyone is present. We'll begin this evening with longevity recognitions. Each month, the college recognizes the longevity and dedication of our employees. I think this is a very important part of our agenda. The board recognizes the impact these employees have had on students, the institution, and the culture of excellence that is the hallmark of Santa Barbara City College. Employees listed on the agenda have a total of 85 years of service. And tonight we have two of those we're recognizing present. First of all, I believe Dr. Ralston will recognize Vanessa Pelton for her 15 years of service. Her current position is Director of Enrollment and Retention Services. Her supervisor is Paloma Arnold, who couldn't be with us this evening, but Dr. Ralston is going to carry the recognition.
Thank you, President Miller. It's actually a great honor to get to be able to read the statement from Dean Arnold on behalf of Vanessa Pelton, because it's been a joy for me to be able to work with her since I arrived. So I'm going to read this statement and carry as much joy as possible from Paloma Arnold on this occasion. Good afternoon, Dr. Goswami and the Board of Trustees members. I'm very sorry I can't be here in person today to recognize Vanessa's significant accomplishment at the 15 years she spent here at Santa Barbara City College. And I'd like to thank Dr. Ralston for reading this on my behalf. In many ways, Vanessa is an SBCC success story. She actually began her career at Santa Barbara City College in 1992 as a DSPS student, originally studying early childhood education. In 2005, she returned to City College and was hired as a transcript analyst. She moved into the coordinator of enrollment services in 2014 and eventually became the director of enrollment and retention services in 2017. Unfortunately for me, I've only had the opportunity to work with Vanessa closely as the dean over enrollment and retention services since August of this year. However, in that short time period, I have quickly learned that Vanessa is very much an innovative thinker who puts the needs of students at the center of her work. Vanessa is positive, thoughtful, and well organized. Her department plays a critical role for Santa Barbara City College, and she is very much dedicated to the goal of helping provide access to SBCC for all of our students. She leads a passionate and hardworking team of staff and student workers, and here are some of the things that they had to say about Vanessa. Vanessa is a caring and compassionate boss whose passion is helping students. She's understanding and supportive and allows her staff to be creative and innovative in our work. Vanessa has always modeled to me that great leadership starts with kindness, genuine concern toward those you work with. I've always felt valued and supported since joining this team, and I feel grateful to be led by someone as committed as Vanessa. One of the things I truly appreciate most about Vanessa is that whenever I come to her with a question or a concern, she truly takes time to listen, understand, and offer genuine support. She has worked very hard behind the scenes on many of the events and programs that have made SBCC a more welcoming and navigable place for new students. Often at these events, Vanessa speaks passionately to large groups of students about the positive impact SBCC has made on her own life as a student. In this way and in many others, Vanessa is a role model for students. Her longevity at the college is a testament both to her dedication to SBCC and her passion for supporting students on their educational journeys. Vanessa is a supervisor who encourages and supports our individual creativity. She supports the ideas we bring to her, and she truly lets us spread our wings. She encourages professional opportunities for her team and always encourages us to use our voices to make a difference. She is a supervisor who sees us as the individuals we are and is always there to support us, work with us, and encourage us. I appreciate so many things about Vanessa as a person, a supervisor, and as a member of the SBCC community. Out of all of the things I appreciate about her, the thing I appreciate the most is her empathy. She continually demonstrates her sensitivity for her staff. I'm passionate about the work I do with students, and having a supervisor who is sensitive to this passion creates an environment where I feel respected and heard. And on a more personal level, Vanessa has embodied the spirit of providing accessibility to students. More than all of this, however, is Vanessa's pride and joy, her sweet son, Gabriel, who has now begun his career at SBCC at Orfalea. Vanessa is a valued member of the Santa Barbara community and a joy to work with. And finally, thank you, Vanessa, for being a great leader for our enrollment services family. We appreciate you for everything you do for SBCC and for all of the support you have provided to the students and have enabled them to continue their educational journeys here at SBCC and into the future. Cheers to 15 years. Congratulations, Vanessa. We truly appreciate everything you do for your staff and your students and the college as a whole. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was such a sweet tribute. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Pamela, for saying it. And thank you for Paloma for writing it. Exactly. I really appreciate it. And I also really appreciate and truly enjoy all the work I've done at the college and having the privilege to work with students as they enter the college. I truly enjoy the position I hold in all the years that I have been there, and especially this position, being able to work with the students as they enter and begin their journey as I did many years ago. And I also must thank my amazing team, because without them, I couldn't do the work that I do. And I have an incredible team, which have been at the college, many of them for many years as well. And I really appreciate all the work they do, and they really help support and are as dedicated and passionate about their job as I am. So I really appreciate all of that. So thank you for this acknowledgement, and I look forward to the day we return in person to our in-person learning again.
So Vanessa, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, thanks again for your 15 years of terrific service to the college. And I just have to conclude by saying, at this time of the challenges we're facing from the COVID pandemic, it's hard to think of a more important role than being Director of Enrollment and Retention Services. Those critically important at this time. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, President.
Our next recognition tonight will recognize Jason Thornell for his 30 years of service. He's a technical services specialist, and he will be recognized tonight by James Clark. James.
Jim, you're muted.
Of course I am. Ladies and gentlemen of the board and everyone in attendance, I'm happy to be here to celebrate Jason Thornell for the service he's provided to SBCC for the past 30 years. Jason works as a technical services specialist, and for him, I think specialist is an appropriate title because he really specializes in all things technology. I think he's been providing computer support for staff and faculty longer than anyone else in IT, if I'm not mistaken. And he carries with him an extensive knowledge of technology and SBCC history. He's certainly well known and well liked on campus. I don't think there's anyone working at the college who he doesn't know, and he's constantly in demand due to his supportive attitude, his wealth of knowledge, and his willingness to take the time to really understand a person's problem and provide creative solutions. It's been a pleasure working with him for as long as I have, and a lot of that is because of how much he cares about his team and the staff and faculty he works with every day. He's supportive and kind, and these qualities of character are perhaps even more valuable than his technical acumen. We're lucky to have someone as skilled and dedicated as Jason to be there to save the day when technical problems arise. So to Jason, I say thank you for your service and commitment to excellence, and congratulations on your remarkable 30 years of supporting Santa Barbara City College.
Thank you, James. And does Jason wish to?
Well, thanks,
say
Jim. Dr. Goswami and the board members there. I'd like to thank Jim and for his kind words there, and that would be for what, in 30 years in a nutshell, what he gave you there. It's been a wonderful road there. Wonderful adventure I've taken through the place. Seen lots of people, lots of students. That's what makes the place a wonderful place to work for. So it's all the people that we have there. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Jason. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we want to thank you for your 30 years of service. Anytime anybody serves 30 years in one, for one employer, it really speaks highly of the employee. And so thanks again for your tenure, your long tenure at Santa Barbara City College.
Could I ask Jason a question?
Sure.
I remember seeing you in the front row of A160 in my introduction to political science class. Maybe it was 30 years ago.
No, it's probably a little longer than that.
I think so. Well, the question was, I was going to say, do you owe your longevity to that experience taking my course?
Well, of course there, Peter. That was, why, that put the process on. That was what, motivated me to keep going all these years.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have two other employees who are not with us tonight, but we still want to recognize them. I unfortunately clipped my agenda. I can't read Cindy's last name. She has 10 years as a PABX operator receptionist. But
it's Cindy Long.
Cindy Long. Cindy, apologize for that. Cindy's been with us again for 10 years. Her supervisor is Jasmine Twizan. And also this evening, we're going to recognize Michael Whitman, warehouse assistant, who's been with us also for 30 years. Michael's supervisor is Ray Garnica. So to Cindy and Michael, the Board of Trustees, thanks you very much for your long service to the college. So next we will move on to a few items out of order. The first one is item 6.1, assumption of the office of governing board. And we have 3 board members tonight to be sworn in, myself, Veronica Gallardo, and our new member, Anna Everett. And to swear us in, I believe we have Susan Salcido with the County Board of Education.
Good. Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Susan.
Welcome, Susan.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon and happy holidays to all of you. I'm Susan Salcido, Santa Barbara County Superintendent of Schools, and I'm just I want to say thank you to the Santa Barbara City College Board of Trustees and to Dr. Goswami for this distinguished opportunity to participate this afternoon. This is a very special occasion. Taking this oath of office is a significant event. In our democracy, it marks both a right and a responsibility, a dedication to service, and for us in education, a solemn promise to the students and the community that we will serve, support, and advocate on their behalf to make a difference in their lives and futures. To Robert Miller and Veronica Gallardo, thank you for all that you do and have done for students and staff and the SBCC community. Your support has made a tremendous impact, from the myriad top-notch academic and career pathways offered at SBCC to recognizing the excellence throughout the college like you just did a few moments ago, to pivoting throughout the pandemic while holding true to the promises you made to the people of SBCC. And to Dr. Anna Everett, welcome and congratulations. You bring with you a depth of experiences in education, and today marks the beginning of an additional chapter to your story, both as an individual and as a member of this tremendous board, to support the students, the staff, Dr. Goswami, and to promote the equity and excellence in education that all students deserve. To all the trustees, thank you. As a former student of SBCC, I thank you deeply and personally for your leadership in Santa Barbara. And now for the oath of office. First, to Robert Miller. Would you please raise your right hand? All right. I, Robert Miller,
I, Robert Miller,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Veronica Gallardo, good to see you. Thank you.
See you, Susan.
Thank you. You'll raise your right hand. I, Veronica Gallardo,
I, Veronica Gallardo,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. All right, Anna Everett, welcome and congratulations to you. And I invite you to please raise your right hand. I, Anna Everett,
I, Anna Everett,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Susan, for taking time to participate in this swearing in this evening. Thank you very much. So we will now move on to item 6.2, I'm sorry, election of president and vice president of the Board of Trustees. But before I begin that process, I just have a couple words to offer, and that is, I want to say that it's been an honor and a privilege to serve as your president for the past 2 years. And I thank all the trustees for their support and cooperation. I also want to thank all 3 presidents with whom I have worked, including Anthony Beebe, interim Helen Benjamin, and our current President Utpal Gandhi. I want their patience, education, and guidance. They've all been extremely helpful to me. And last but not least, I want to thank Vice President Peter Haslam for his wise counsel and advice the past 2 years. He's been a close collaborator and sounding board as we prepared for each meeting. So thank you, Peter, for your help. And with that, I will ask for nominations for president. First on Kate Parker.
Thank you. And thank you so much for your service, Robert. I know it's not easy and it's been a lot of commitment over the past 2 years. Really appreciate it. I'd like to go ahead and nominate Peter Hasland as our next president of the City College Board of Trustees.
Okay. Do we have any other nominations? I see Marcia Croninger has her hand raised.
Yes, and thank you also, Robert, for your service. 2 years, that's impressive and a long time. I would like to nominate Jonathan Aboud for president. Jonathan has joined the board in 2014. He has 6 years of experience with the board and with the college. He's very hardworking in his role as a trustee and as a CEO himself. So as the general manager of the Isla Vista Community College District, or not Community College, Isla Vista Community Services District, he works with the board himself in the role of a CEO. And as well, he works with us in a role as a trustee. He sees both sides of that picture in a way that I don't think any of the rest of us have. He also works in Isla Vista, helping students where many of our students live, and has deep experience with the issues and concerns that they have with their daily lives in Isla Vista and of course at the college. I want to add that I would like to see Kate as vice president. Kate joined us 2 years ago in 2018 with really valuable experience, and from K-12, a slightly different institution, but many things that help us. And I think that it would be very helpful to all of us if Kate were going to be vice president. When Kate joined us, she nominated Jonathan for president, and I am suggesting that it is time now to carry through with that nomination.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? I don't see any hands raised. Do we have any comments before we take a vote?
Are we taking a vote just for the president, Peter?
Just for the president, yes.
Okay.
May I make one other comment?
Sure.
Peter has done a fabulous job, but Peter has been president for 2 years already and vice president as well. And I do think it's appropriate to give others a chance to do that job.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised, so I would ask.
Trustee Parker has her hands up.
Trustee Parker, yeah.
Yes, and I think we're kind of spoiled for choice here because I think both choices would be great. The reason that I nominated Jonathan when I first came on is because I really think we need to normalize the pattern of having our vice president just simply move into the president role without there being a lot of back and forth about who's going to be president in a particular year. And that is why I nominated Peter this time. I don't know if Peter and Jonathan have anything that they want to weigh in on, but I do think you'd both be great. So however this vote goes, I think we're lucky. I do think it would be nice to get this board into more of a routine.
Okay. Thank you, Kate. Any other comments? I'm not seeing any. So I'd ask our secretary, Jasmine Toison, to call the vote.
Jasmine, you're muted.
Trustee Everett.
Oh, gee, this is tough. I'm gonna go with Trustee Aboud.
Trustee Parker.
Trustee Hasland.
Trustee Hasland.
After much consideration, I'll vote for myself.
Trustee Gallardo.
Trustee Hasland.
Trustee Croninger.
Trustee Aboud.
Trustee Aboud.
Vote for myself. Thank you.
Trustee Miller.
I vote for Trustee Hasland.
And Student Trustee McKinney.
Trustee Aboud.
It's 1, 2, 3. It's actually 4-4.
Well,
the student trustees and advisory vote.
Okay, so we have Trustee Hasland. 4-3.
okay, well, congratulations, Trustee Hasland. I'll now hand over the baton to you.
I'm reaching for the baton. Nominations are open for the position of vice president. Robert?
And I would like to nominate Trustee Parker for the position of vice president.
Are there other nominations for vice president?
Yeah, Peter, I'd like to nominate myself. I want to be able to support in this capacity, but I'm also happy to support Kate if she's willing to then move on into that role. I think the college is moving into a really critical period with facilities and with the budget, and there's a lot of enthusiasm in the community, and I want to be able to help in whichever capacity I can, because we are going to have to move our community to a close 100% Go Vaqueros SBCC in a very nonpartisan way. So whichever way I think we want to go, I'm happy to help and support in whatever capacity. But like I said, I'm happy to support Kate, all of you, but I will throw my name out there because I do think this is a critical junction that I do want to help support and really bring our community behind. I see this year as a really critical cultivating year to lead us into what we'll need in 2022.
Okay. Are there other nominations for the position of vice president?
Yes, if I can throw another name in there too. And thank you. I appreciate the nomination and I'm happy to do that. But if Jonathan is willing to do the vice president role again, I really feel like that should have rolled over to president before. And I would be happy to nominate Jonathan as vice president.
I think it's better for you to do it, Kate.
Jonathan, did you agree?
No.
No. Okay. So we have two nominees for vice president, Kate Parker and Veronica Gallardo. Jasmine, would you call the roll?
Peter.
Yes.
I had my hand up.
Oh, I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
I'm trying not to be invisible. Anyway, I was going to also read, I think Kate would be excellent, but the team I was thinking of was Jonathan and Kate. And so I do think Jonathan deserves, after 6 years on the board and his service and perspective, I think he deserves to be the vice president at this point. So I just wanted to say that.
But Jonathan was nominated and he has declined.
Will you reconsider, Jonathan?
I think it's better if we had Kate as vice president. But thank you, Marcia. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay. Jasmine, will you call the roll, please?
Trustee Gallardo,
Myself.
Student Trustee McKinney,
Trustee Parker.
Trustee Aboud,
Trustee Parker.
Trustee Haslin,
Trustee Parker.
Trustee Parker,
Trustee Parker.
Trustee Everett,
Trustee Parker.
Trustee Croninger,
Trustee Parker.
Trustee Miller,
Trustee Parker.
Trustee Parker.
All righty. Congratulations, Kate. You are now the vice president of the board of trustees. Item 6.3 is a proposal to establish meeting dates and times and places for the regular board meetings of the Board of Trustees for 2021.
Peter,
Yes.
so we actually took 6.1 and 6.2 out of order. So now we go back to the original.
Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry. You're right. And do we have public comment? I don't think we have any for a general. I think we have some for later on. Am I right about that, Robert?
That's my understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Then-
4.1 is the item now.
Right. The minutes of the regular meeting for November 12th. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
Moved and seconded. Who did the seconding? That was Marcia?
Invisible.
Invisible Marcia. Okay. Are there corrections or additions to the minutes? If not, can we take a vote? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? The vote is unanimous to approve. Item 5.1, communications, the first of which is a report from the Academic Senate President, Rayanne Napoleon. Is Rayanne with us?
I believe she is.
I don't see her.
She's getting in.
Aha. Oh, there you are. Rayanne.
I always have to admit there's this moment of anxiety every meeting when I'm not in the meeting yet, but you all ask if I'm here yet. So
My anxiety is over. Go ahead.
So first of all, Anna, it's so good to see you at tonight's meeting and officially sworn in. So welcome.
Thank you, Rayanne. Thank you so much.
So as I was getting ready to do tonight's report, I had to think, how do I wrap up fall 2020 for you all? How do I come here and give you a report? So I think I've done that. So let me go through a couple business items, and then I hope I can end on a good note for you all. So since the last time I've seen you, of course, the Academic Senate and the faculty body have been hard at work. One of our biggest heavy lifts, I think, over the past month has been working on one of the items on the agenda for tonight for you all, BP 4235, and the corresponding AP, which are for the credit for prior learning. I want to point out the work done by our articulation officer, Laura Castro. She definitely did the biggest lift on this effort, and as well as the effort of Dean Paloma Arnold to make sure that this got done by the deadline that we have set forth by the Chancellor's office, which is December 30th. So that, I like to think of this, and it's not just me, I think a lot of us are thinking of this credit for prior learning, AP and BP, as an anti-racism initiative, an equity initiative. It definitely falls in line with so much of the mission of our college and the state as a whole, in the directions that we're working towards. This AP and BP, if approved and gotten through our shared governance process tonight, will make sure that students coming to our campus with prior experience will get not only college credit for that, but Santa Barbara College, City College credit for that. And I apologize, by the way, if my children interrupt for the request of macaroni and cheese. It will just be another meeting where they interrupt with that. I can hear their little footsteps coming, so I apologize in advance. Some work at the Academic Senate level that isn't necessarily a college-wide initiative or a statewide initiative, but I do want to point out that we recently, our part-time credit Senator Ana Garcia did a part-time credit faculty member survey for us, and through that we learned that our part-time credit faculty are very interested in serving on our committees across campus, specifically our Academic Senate committees, and as such we're going to be changing our bylaws to include them as representatives, and I think that that's really an exciting initiative and a way forward for us. Also, in terms of inclusion and having new voices at our Academic Senate table, we have voted and officially changed to allow public comment throughout our meeting. We were a little worried that if we allowed visitors to comment during discussion items that we would never get through our agenda. So we've made it so that people can request public comment throughout the meeting. They don't have to be there at the beginning. They can do so at before any item, and it will be my responsibility as president to continuously call for public comment throughout the meeting. And we hope that this allows people to feel better heard at the table and their considerations taken into account as we are having our deliberations. Along those same lines, the Academic Senate and myself has made a commitment to have many more faculty town halls so that we can move outside of our Senate meetings and processes and allow faculty to contribute to the discussions in a meaningful way. A lot of the semester work was focused on our budget, and we do have a couple of things that we are contributing to there. I don't want to get too much into that. I know you all are focused on the budget a lot yourselves, so I will end with a couple of high points for you all, like I mentioned. So James Mui in the music department is our Santa Barbara City College nominee for the statewide Hayward Award. Recently, he figured out the so-called latency issue, which is where when we're all zooming into meetings that there's time delay and things like that. He was able to work through that with software called Jamulus, and he was able to coordinate his musicians to play together so that the people listening and receiving that great sound heard it as if they were playing together. So he did amazing work. He started that right in March when we all went online, and he just figured it out with innovation, and we had listeners from all over the world. So I am so happy that he was our nominee this year for the Hayward Award. And by the way, we had several nominations for him for that really great recognition. I'd also like to point out that the ASCCC Exemplary Program Award nominee, The Well, did earn the first runner-up. They've been doing a lot of really great work this semester, making sure that students' mental well-being on campus was taken care of in really innovative ways. They had Zoom sessions. They had, a Zoom session where people brought their dogs, and they were doing really great work. So it's really awesome to have our faculty and our programs be recognized across the state. I won't go too much into, all the heavy lifts that each individual faculty member did this semester. I wish I could, but I think we can all agree your board meetings are long enough, right? And you certainly don't want to be here too long. But I just want to give a shout out to every faculty member and support faculty member that had to interact with students with their camera off, that had to tell jokes by themselves in their office, that had kids, their own kids or their student kids interrupting their classes, those that were there every single time their students turned to them in crisis, and were dealing with their own crises throughout the semester. So I think we did a lot of really good work this semester, and it's not all going to be, nominated for an award at the state level or even at the campus level. But I think I can speak for the entire faculty when I say, whoo, we did it, and take a huge sigh of relief. So with that, I just want to mention one thing. In addition to all the innovative things that the faculty were doing in their classrooms for their students, making it to meetings. We have a few creative types, of course, on campus, but maybe from areas that you all don't expect. I'd like to point out that several of our teachers did really amazing and funny and endearing things, like a part-time faculty member in chemistry, Nivaldo Tro, at the beginning of the semester, donned a Slash wig from Guns N' Roses, if you're familiar with who that is, and changed the words to Rapper's Delight for his students and sang along, and that's available on YouTube. And then most recently, Barbara Bell rewrote The Waiting by Tom Petty with the words of The Grading, and played guitar and serenaded all of us with David Starkey. And I do hope that those videos get sent out campus wide so that we can all have a giggle and a chuckle over that, and just relish and celebrate the wild and wacky semester that this was, and celebrate the silver linings where we had them. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rayanne. Next is Carson Mitchell, report from the Associated Students. There he is.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, thank you all for having me, trustees and Superintendent President Goswami. I want to start by saying first, congratulations so much to our new trustee, and welcome Anna Everett. And congratulations to now Board President Hasland and now Board Vice President Parker. That's all great news, and very excited to hear about that in all regards. I did want to start off today's report with just a message of support for a project that was put on hold to renovate La Playa Stadium and the turf. The only reason I want to express extreme support for that is because this has gone past a cosmetic issue, in my opinion. The ASG has been fortunate enough over the past couple weeks to hear from student athletes and the athletics department about the deteriorated condition of the field, and how at this point, they describe sun damage, and more so on the bits of white and yellow and red on the field, to the point where there's divots and curves, and students and members of the public are now really prone to injury, and it's becoming, I think, a substantial problem. That's the case that's been made to us. So I'm here to voice some support on moving forward with that renovation project. To my understanding, some funding's been put aside, but the project just hasn't moved through. So that's my first message. Second thing is, I wanted to say we're super excited to be planning for our spring semester, spring appointments, and all the like. We're hoping to expand our reach to maybe give opportunity to senator roles and liaison roles to students who couldn't typically have access to those roles. So we're going to be taking a critical look at our governing documents again this semester leading in, and making sure we're doing the most we can to help out our student population. Aside from that, I know that come spring semester, there's going to be an opt-in activity fee. So even though it's not, a tremendous amount, the ASG is very excited to have a little bit more leeway to put on events and some more, lighthearted things for students to enjoy throughout the semester. And I know that's been one of the things everyone's been missing a little bit, especially on the student side. So we're very excited to be able to pick up in that regards. And I'm excited to announce that we already have a committee together who's mapped out our calendar for the spring semester. We've already got events ready and planning, and we're excited to follow through with those as the semester progresses. And aside from that, I just wanted to, again, say congratulations to the re-elected trustees and the newly elected trustee and the newly appointed president and vice president. I also just wanted to wish all the trustees a happy holidays. And I know we're all looking forward to a little bit of a break, whether it's, a few days or a couple weeks. Nonetheless, we all can definitely say we need it at this point. And so I just wanted to say thank you so much for all the work that's been put forth on your behalf throughout the semester. We've been talking for so long about how we're going to get through fall semester, how are we going to do it, and now we've finally done it. And so I think that's worth a congratulations. So thank you on behalf of the students for that. I'll keep my report short from there, but very excited to keep coming back in the spring with hopefully exciting news, productive news.
Thank you, Carson, and thank you especially for your enthusiasm and for your work with the students. We now turn to Liz Auchincloss, report for classified employees. Liz? There she is.
Here I am. Thank you. I wanted to first congratulate the returning trustees, Trustee Miller and Trustee Gerardo, and a special welcome to the new trustee. Congratulations to Anna Everett. Welcome aboard, and we look forward to your contributions to the college. Thank you very much for being willing to do that job. It's a tough job, especially right now. One of your items on your agenda, 8.6, is our MOU for reopening the college after COVID. I wanted to thank my team and the district's team for all the hard work we've put in. It took us many meetings, but I think we finally come up with a good product, and our membership approved it. So it's up to you to approve it at your meeting today. And I've mentioned before that the staff are very interested in equity. We've encouraged all of our staff to take the self-paced equity class from Dr. Carrie Hutchinson. But in the last 2 weeks, we have sponsored her company, Dr. Carrie Hutchinson and Dr. Dante Newman, to have a live webinar class for us. It was 2 different classes, one last week and one this week. I participated in the one this week, and it was really a tremendous experience. Having a live instructors there, even though it's a webinar, it was very good. We had over 100 people attend between the 2 days, and I really appreciate their effort they put in to convert their same self-paced to a live format. It was a very awesome experience to go through. So I hope more of the people do now take the webinar, which is self-paced. That is still something that staff can take. We're encouraging all staff to do this training so everybody will be on the same page as we move forward with equity, diversity, and inclusion. And then I wanted just to mention that the holidays are coming up. In a week, we're off for the holiday, and while staff don't get recognized as much with the boards and things, they've been working very hard in this past months, past year, and some of them expressed they're feeling very overwhelmed. So having this holiday comes at a good time. I wish all of you a nice holiday. We won't be back till January 4th after next Wednesday. So have a relaxing time. I wish all the staff would just relax and recharge so we'll be ready to take up work in the new year. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. And please, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, thank the staff for their dedication, their hard work. We understand as well as anyone that virtually everything that happens on campus is a team enterprise, and the staff is a critical element in that process. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Peter. And thank you, board members.
We move to Dr. Goswami for a report from the Superintendent President.
Thank you, President Hasland. Congratulations. Look forward to working with you and with you, Trustee Parker. And I'll begin by thanking Robert Miller, because my start wouldn't have been the way I started without Robert. He was very helpful. Obviously, change in leadership brings in change in personalities and change in styles. And he handled it very, very well and gave me good guidance. And this is a job where you sometimes don't get to talk to many people, and there are only a few people that you can bounce off ideas and thoughts. And then Robert, I thank you for being a sounding board for some good ideas and some terrible ideas that I've had. But it was a pleasure, and your role may have changed, but I still look forward to working with all the trustees now, making sure that we make the best decisions for our institution. Talking about decisions, one of the things you're already aware of that since the last meeting, we decided that we are going to do the first 2 weeks of spring entirely online, except for the courses that are exempted by the governor's executive order. And then we will make a call very early in the spring, what happens after 2 weeks. But I didn't want to delay making that decision, because a lot of planning is involved in switching classes from one format to another. A couple of meetings back, there was a suggested board policy on consensual relationships, and that policy is now making the rounds through BPAP. Given the nature of that policy, it is taking more time, and there are a number of constituent concerns that has come up on that matter. So BPAP will take a little bit more time. I would say end of January, early February, before it can send a version for the board to look at. But I want to assure the board that they are working on it, and they are actively debating about it and are engaged in that activity. We are in conversations with the Public Health Department regarding potentially using Wake Center for a COVID vaccination pod. So we are actively trying to work through the logistics. It is turning out that there is no clear guidance as to how exactly you're supposed to do it. And certainly the big surprise was that there is no funding that comes with the vaccines. So we all end up getting, every county probably gets whatever the county population is based on that, thousands of vaccines, which are supposed to be administered within a very short period of time. And counties are not staffed to administer thousands and thousands of vaccines in a very few days' time. So that's why we are having to think outside the box to figure out how to make it happen. And we have definitely indicated that we will be a willing partner and try to make it happen at the Wake campus. A simple matter like if the ability to handle patients is about 15 minutes per patient, and the patient has to stay more after the injection before they can leave the premise, then for every person who's delivering the injection, you're looking at 8 to 10 people waiting. And then if there are 20 of those pods for injections, you're looking at 160 to 180 cars trying to park, and there's no parking. So all kinds of issues out there now in terms of how to administer some of these vaccinations. So I'm hoping that not only just me, but even the counties are hoping that there are clearer protocols and guidelines are issued statewide, and probably nationally, so that we can do it in a very efficient way. Then the board policy, the task force that is reviewing the board policy on from equity lens, they are still working. They are still meeting twice a month. And Trustee Abood and Trustee Parker are active participants in that. And they are working through. We changed our strategy a little bit, in a sense that we realized that given the time it's taking to go through the policies, we'll have to prioritize the more so-called important policies, or policies that are more impactful before we go to consider all of the policies. So we have actually identified a number of policies that are likely to be more impactful from an equity perspective. And those are the ones we are going to look through first. And then hopefully the work is going to continue, and it's going to continue till next year. I mean, till next fall, before we are through reviewing all the policies. But that work is continuing. We also had a very productive conversations at CPC regarding how to increase transparency in our governance process. So I think at the last CPC meeting, we kind of arrived at ultimately how we might go about doing it. And so I look forward to revealing how we will attempt to be more transparent in our process, hopefully by January or February. I've been holding office hours, if I didn't tell the board before, once a month by Zoom. And generally, a smattering of people join in and we talk about whatever people have in mind. So that's been a good exercise. And I now see that number of our vice presidents also are having office hours. So we are trying to adapt to the new environment in trying to stay engaged with faculty, staff, and students. Finally, in terms of things to come, starting January onwards, we will start at least cranking up the machine regarding our new educational master plan and the strategic plan for the years ahead. And I'll expect active participation for the board members. I have repeatedly mentioned that at some point in time, we need to have some board goals also for the institution. And some of those things will certainly impact how the educational master plan will move forward. And that concludes my report. And thank you again to Robert, and congratulations to Peter and Kate. And welcome, Anna.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. And our next item, are there any questions that need to be answered here? Okay. Moving on to...
Peter,
yes.
I was slow. I'm sorry. I was slow. I raised my hand.
Yes.
I was wondering if Dr. Goswami would mind introducing Joyce Coleman. I think this is the first meeting she's attended, and hopefully people from the community will watch as well.
Thank you, Trustee Croninger. That's an oversight on my part. And so my apologies to Joyce. Joyce Coleman is now our new Vice President for the School of Extended Learning. We talked today, she's been here for 18 days or 17 days, but she actually worked before that also. I mean, she attended meetings unofficially and exchanged emails with her staff. And she's got a long career in education, and has served as Vice President before. So I am absolutely delighted to welcome her to SBCC, and she'll be a strong contributor to my team. I have no doubt about it. So welcome, Joyce.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
And thank you, Marcia, for allowing for that introduction. a problem with an easy remedy. And welcome, Joyce, to
Thank you.
our larger community.
Thank you.
We move on to, we've done item 6.1.
Sorry, Peter, I had a hand up. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Why am I not seeing people's hands?
It's on the panelist screen.
Jonathan, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I have a question for our administration. What was the consultation process, and what was the communication with the Santa Barbara County Public Health Department in using our football field for Stanford's practice? Did we have a liaison with the public health about that?
Yes, I think we checked all the relevant guidelines and conditions, but I'll let Lindsay speak to that in terms of what, because she was particularly involved in the actual communication with the public health department. Lindsay?
Hi, Trustee Aboud. We did confirm with the county health guidelines that within the guidelines the county offers that professional and collegiate sports are allowed to be played in our county, and touched base with the county and let them know that we would be having Stanford coming to rent our facilities.
Okay, so you did work with the county public health department to make them aware of the scale of what was going on our campus?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just bring it up because I've gotten a lot of constituent complaints about this issue because it looks bizarre to people in the public why there's 100 people on our campus practicing football when the taxpayers cannot use our facilities, which I agree that our residents shouldn't be using the campus because we don't want to have social distancing, but when the taxpayers of our district aren't using the facilities and then Stanford is, I think it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And it doesn't look safe. Thank you.
Dr. Goswami, did you want to comment or?
No, I think we did, as Lindsay mentioned, verify with public health department that that's what allowable. So I mean, it is kind of a contradiction that there are some cases some people are allowed to be doing something and some people are not allowed to be doing something.
Yeah, I see the point. Okay. May we move on to item 6.3?
I see that Anna had. Did you figure how to get that list, Peter?
I see it, but it's not quite big enough on my screen.
So we will get you trained right now. Right now, I'll be your eyes, and I see Anna Everett now raising her hand.
Okay.
Yeah, just to follow up a little bit on the question about Stanford, I'm just wondering going forward how a decision like that, if the general campus community is invited to weigh in, or are they informed? That's one of the questions that I had about that. Thank you.
Generally, facilities rental don't go through go out for public vetting. We make an administrative determination whether it's something that we should be doing or not doing. And if it's an event, we generally announce that that's what's happening.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments? I'm looking for hands. I don't see any.
Yep.
Okay, we go on to item 6.3, which is the establishment of our meeting dates and times. And you have that on your agenda. I need a motion to approve these meeting dates and times.
So moved.
Who was that?
Robert.
Okay, Robert moved and Anna seconds. Discussion about any of these dates?
Can I just verify that we double check that December organizational date, December 16th, works with the state law?
We haven't gotten to that one yet. Oh, I see. It's on this list as well.
It's on this list, yeah.
We have item 6.4 as the approval of that date. So perhaps we can answer that question. Have we checked to make sure there's no conflict?
Peter, I can answer that. My recollection is that we did double check that to make sure that it was within the, you can't do it too early, you can't do it too late. And so it fits within that window.
Great, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Are there any abstentions? Motion carries. Move on to item 6.4, which is to establish our annual organizational meeting. And that was set by the previous motion, so I'm wondering whether we really need a motion for approval here. Can anybody supply guidance as to why we have it on twice? I think it was for emphasis that we just need to know that that's our organizational meeting time, and that's this date exactly 1 year from now, where we elect a new president and vice president and so forth.
Yes.
So, perhaps.
Peter, I'll move to approve item 6.4, establishment of the Santa Barbara Community College District's annual organization meeting for 2021.
I'll second it.
Moves and Kate seconds. Any further discussion? Hearing none, move to a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions, motion carries. Item 6.5 is a dialogue on board organization and structure and what our expectations are. And the floor is open. Possible topics listed here: discussion of board leadership, board committee structure, structure of board meetings, board engagement with other bodies. And it obviously would be a topic in which I would have an enormous interest in hearing from you about your expectations of me and of the vice president.
I like our committee as a whole. We don't have subcommittees, and I think that that's so far still working out well, unless we feel that we do need to add. I know we've asked for a fiscal committee, but to date it hasn't seemed to be necessary. So I'm comfortable with not having any subcommittees and running the board as a committee of the whole. If anybody else is.
Yeah. So Anna, in the past, we have had committees or standing committees of the board. And for a variety of reasons, we did away with them. One of those reasons was we felt we all needed to hear all of the information all of the time. And another was it takes an enormous amount of staff time to meet with those committees that are also governed by the Brown Act. So we still have the option, though, from time to time, when needed, to establish an ad hoc committee or a committee for a particular purpose.
Well, I'd like to say that it's been my experience for a body this small, having the committee of the whole be aware of everything has been really useful and constructive. And whenever there's an option of an ad hoc as needed, I think that's a great solution for any kind of issue that requires further and extended either research or consultation. So thank you for that background.
Other comments?
I have one.
Lily.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Lily.
Maybe this isn't the exact perfect time to bring this up, but I'm curious why the student trustee does not get a vote on the board.
Anybody care to comment on why a student trustee does not have, you have a recommending vote, but you don't have a vote that actually gets counted?
Right.
Yeah, it's part of the education code, Lily, that this is the case, and there's been multiple attempts, one that I was involved in, one that I wasn't, to change the state code to allow boards to elect to have their student trustee vote, but then we the last proposal was, it didn't pass, but it would have been something like we subtract a trustee and add a student trustee to vote. But also it's the concept of double voting because your constituents vote for a trustee and for you. So it's like the one person, one vote idea. So there have been attempts, and we've worked with our assembly member and state senator in the past, or I have with other trustees, not as a board, worked on that, but it's not gone anywhere.
Yeah, I would just clarify also that you need an uneven number of votes. So if you add one more official vote, then you have to redo all of our districts as well, which is actually a pretty expensive process. So that's a logistical aspect to it. There's also, I think, as Jonathan just touched on, the aspect of what does it mean to be elected by the community versus being elected by students, et cetera. So.
Well, I guess the other thing to be said is that for most votes, they're pretty close to unanimous. So what we may really be talking about is influence. How does one influence the vote? And it occurred to me last year that what we might want to do, since you have an advisory vote, ask you, at least make it possible for you as the student trustee to offer your advice early in the process so that we can benefit from that advice and vote and take that into account as we formulate how to vote. I don't think I want to do it automatically because I don't want to put the student trustee on the spot. And geez, I just don't want to talk about that. But be assured that I will call on you if you'd like to have the first say on any issue that may influence the rest of the voting. I think that's perfectly legitimate.
Okay. So I would only like to clarify, Jonathan, you said, so basically the student trustee doesn't receive a vote because it's a statewide.
Yeah. I mean, we are a creature of the state here. We don't exist on our own. The state of California created us. So they create our bylaws and our rules. And so they created the position of the student trustee in the 1970s. And so, and there's been different ways the state has gone about these things. I mean, in the 70s, they gave the student regent at UC a vote because they let the Board of Regents pick them, but the staff person doesn't get a vote because the staff picks it without the regents having final approval. So there's a lot of complexity in the law of why the state allows votes from different groups on boards and not. So it would take a state law to change, maybe even a constitutional amendment. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Other comments?
So Lily, your voice is coming through low, so you may want to crank up your volume.
It's probably these really cheap headphones.
No, it's good. No, it's good.
It's probably the surf in your background that's competing with your voice.
I'm coming to you live from Puerto Rico.
Okay, wonderful. Any other comment on how we should organize and be organized?
There are some hands raised.
Yes, Jonathan Aboud.
Right. I'll go. So one of the points on here was meetings with external agencies, and I think having a joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors and Allen Hancock College on the county workforce needs would be really beneficial for us. I don't think we've ever done that as far as I can remember, 6 years. But workforce needs have changed and our enrollment's down, and I'm sure the county does need support from us, and we can get on the same page as the three agencies who deal with that. So that would be my suggestion. And then also getting back to our student senate, academic senate, joint meetings. I don't know if we can do something with CSEA, but with Zoom, it might be easier to do these things. And while we still have the Zoom meetings, we should do it so we can at least get it done easier. I know it's hard to do in person, room sizes and everything. Could be a great way to get connected with those people on campus again.
Yeah, I like that. We've also in the past had joint meetings with the County Board of Education. as well as the City Council, Academic Senate. We've had meetings with the Academic Senate. So as the need arises from any perspective, let me know and I will see about organizing such a meeting.
Peter, I agree with Jonathan. If we wanted to prioritize the strong workforce, and we're going to have a presentation later, and Alan Price will probably tell us more, but locally, so Santa Barbara was awarded one of the grants, and so there's a lot here already locally because of what the Chancellor's Office created. So I agree with Jonathan that we really need to spearhead that as priority in addition to the other LEAs, but I would definitely say the strong workforce is a top priority for us to put on the list.
Okay.
Unless other people don't think it is.
No, I would agree. Kate, you were up.
Yes, thank you. I just totally agree with Trustee Gallardo and Trustee Aboud. I think that's a terrific idea, Trustee Aboud. And also want to join in that we need to get back into the routine of meeting, once every year or 18 months with SB Unified and CARP Unified, our feeder districts. I honestly think that in some ways this digital time makes it easier than ever to do that. So I think we need to take advantage of that.
Okay, thank you. Marcia?
I agree that particularly the priority on the workforce, but and the other meetings I would give priority as well. But I'm a little concerned that we probably listed enough meetings with outside entities that we won't have any of these meetings. And we have a lot that we do in these meetings that is important. So I would suggest those really need to be add-on meetings, not just substitutes for what we're doing, which used to be the way we did it, but we had 2 meetings a month every month. So it was a little easier to fit in. I also just wanted to say that I have been thinking about some of our organizational policies and had some thoughts about possible adjustments or additions, but I don't really think this is the time to air them so much as to put together a specific set of suggestions and then bring it to the whole board that way as, changing one of our policies. So I would consult with you, Peter, about that.
Okay. Lily, did you have your hand up again?
Oh, no, sorry. That was from before.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard on this issue? Anna?
Well, I'd just like to echo everybody else and say that I think it's a good idea. And I'm really, learning a lot about what the procedures are. But I think it really is important that we do have these second party meetings that we can, meet with outside groups. And I agree with Jonathan that Zoom makes it so much more possible and I think desirable. And I also think that oftentimes, people will not necessarily need to or want to meet, but it's good that they know that they're welcome to meet. So, but I think it's a great idea.
Okay. So we are,
One comment.
Are we through with 6.5? Oh, Robert.
Yes, just a couple points. One, having just departed as president of the board and having led, I don't know how many meetings over the last 2 years, I've been trying to give some thought to how we could make the meetings more efficient. And you and I have had those conversations. I think I've shared most of my thoughts with you, and I'd be happy to continue to consult on that as to what we can do to make the meetings perhaps shorter and more focused. I think there's some things that this would require also consultations with Dr. Goswami, but there are some things that I think that we may not need to do. So that's number one. Number two, I very much agree with Jonathan's suggestion. I don't know if it's the Board of Supervisors, although that's when he mentioned that struck me as something that could be very fruitful. But there may be some other organization or two that we need to interface with in terms of workforce needs in the community. And I think that's something we really need to give some focus to. So.
Okay.
But at the same time, I recognize we only have so much time to add meetings. So I think we really need to give some good thought to this about how we would carry out Jonathan's thought. And also the meeting with Hancock. They're in our county, and they're in the same economic area. So that just makes a whole lot of sense that we have some interface with Alan Hancock on the local economy and its needs.
So I have an item just that may be pertinent to this. You know, the board authorizes the job descriptions of all employees, and you know, every once in a while, you know, or quite frequently, you know, we get into situations where we have to change a word or two. You know, instead of the word college, we want to use the word district. You know, things of that sort. And recently we have had to make some of those changes in the controller's job description and the executive director of equity job posting that happened just last couple of weeks back. So how would the board like me to handle that? Because those are editorial kind of changes that we're making, not anything of substance. But we did make the changes. So instead of calling accounting for the controller job, we expanded it to call fiscal services, things of that sort.
So the question is for non-substantive changes to job descriptions.
Yes.
How would we respond to you? What would we like from you?
Yes.
Marcia?
I was just going to say that I think it's a perfectly good question, but one we're not really agendized to deal with in this context. So maybe we could figure out, a proposal to address it and then bring it back. I mean, we can't make a decision. This isn't a decisional sort of time, I don't think. And I'm not sure if there's any legal implication to it. It sounds trivial to me, but
is it? Okay.
But I'm not all that comfortable that we're really in a good position to decide it here and now.
Kate?
Yes, I agree with Trustee Croninger. The only thing I would say is that, it might need some clarification in an existing board policy, just about where it is that we can hand over the lead role to the superintendent president instead of micromanaging the language changes like that. It may already just be in our board policy in a way that we can just say, yeah, we need to activate that, but I think that we need to take a look at it and agendize it properly.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and include the agenda item in the January meeting.
Sounds good. Item 6.6, appointment of a representative to the Santa Barbara City College Foundation Board for the coming year. Do we have a nomination, self-nomination, or volunteer statement?
I would nominate myself to serve as the representative to the foundation. I may be the only, other than Anna, I may be the only one on the board who has not served in that role, but regardless, I have an interest in doing it, would like to serve in that capacity.
Okay. Is there any objection to appointing Robert to that position? I think that would be similar to a groundswell of support that you just heard. Congratulations. 6.7, appointment of representative and alternate to the
I think we have to take action, Peter, to actually move to do it.
Oh, okay. If, do I interpret your comment as a motion to appoint Robert Miller to the position of representative to the foundation board?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Anna seconds. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay? Okay. I'm going to research that because I'm not sure you're right, Marcia.
But it was noticed for action, and I think that's what that means.
Okay.
Also, Veronica's voice was heard seconding, and my hand was raised. So,
Robert, your hand is still up.
Oh, I'll take it down.
Good. Now we move on to the appointment of representative and alternate to the County Committee on School District Organization, a position for which I have served as the alternate, but would gladly give it up. It is a position of great responsibility and intense amount of work. They have not had a meeting this year. Kate is the representative, I think.
Yeah,
Yes.
no meeting, no substantive action. This is one that I know that we need to take action on because that it does need to get reported to the county. But you know, I'd be happy to continue, and I'll also be happy to have somebody else do it. This is a job that at this time involves no work.
What tell us, if there were an activation order here, what would the trustee do?
Well, it could be that, you know, for example, a member of the public or representatives of a district wanted to change boundaries, for example. And then it could be that the committee would be called together to discuss that and take action on it. It's just a very rare thing when that happens.
Would anyone care to volunteer for this position?
I'm fine to continue it.
I hear that as a volunteer statement. Is there a motion to approve Kate Parker as our representative?
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed, nay. Abstention, there are none. We need to have an alternate. Would somebody care to volunteer to serve as an alternate for Kate? Given the amount of work that's expected of you. Okay, I'll do it. I mean, we'll continue this dynamic duo, not having met. So is there a motion to approve me as the alternate?
So moved.
Or Anna, were you asking to be an alternate?
No, I was wondering if it's possible to be an alternate with the foundation, because I was going to nominate myself, but I definitely defer to Robert on that. So do they need an alternate? Can I be an alternate for the Santa Barbara Foundation Board?
We've done that before.
They don't need an alternate,
Okay.
Peter. I think I asked about that last year because Craig
Yeah.
was on the fence about some meetings. But you can join the President's Circle, donate now, and yes, you should definitely do that next year. It's a wonderful group of people. But then Robert, Robert can give us all the information, and then if there's a meeting that he can't go to, then he lets us know, and then you can go for him. So Robert, I know that's what Marianne and we've done in the past.
Makes sense.
I want to return to the agenda, and that has to do with the alternate to the county school district organization. Would anybody like to volunteer to do that?
You volunteered, Peter, and I made a motion that you would be the alternate.
Oh, okay. Is
So I
there a second
need
to
a
that
second.
nomination? Was there a second?
Yes.
Oh, Anna seconds. All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. All right, we've done it. Appointment of legislative liaison. Jonathan has done this job valiantly for several years. Jonathan, tell us about the job and would you like to continue?
Yeah, the job basically entails staying in touch with what the league is doing legislatively, going to that conference when it does happen, and staying up to date with what the state's going on. And if there's anything we need to take action on, you know, helping get the board on board to lobby our elected officials on anything. I'll do it again. I just add a note actually to share in the report of a new update.
Okay. Is anybody else interested in that job? And Jonathan has volunteered to do the job again. And I'm interpreting Jonathan as nominating himself.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, there's nomination and a second. All in favor of Jonathan Aboud for this position, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Abstentions? Okay. Appointment of K-12 liaison. Let's see, Veronica, you have been this position. Would you tell us about it?
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's all things K-14. It's, you know, watching someone else's 5-hour board meeting after your 5-hour board meeting. But it's great because we're a small community and it's all same. I think that whether you do it or not, I mean, I think a lot of us are tied into it. I'm happy to keep doing it. But also think it's a great way for someone else to watch someone else's 5-hour meeting. So, yeah.
Is anyone wanting to volunteer to do this job?
I said 5-hour meeting. I blew it. I should have said, you just get to watch something else. All right, I'll do it.
Okay. I interpret that as a self-nomination. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Veronica, congratulations. We move to 6.10 board training. This will be by Greg Price, who will help us understand the Brown Act and all of its ramifications, if he's around. Craig, are you here? I can't see Craig, so maybe he will join us a little later.
No, he's down. He's coming. His name is up.
Oh, there it is.
I think I'm on the air.
You are.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I think the way it works is that we are waiting when each speaker comes on for IT to make us live. So it's a pleasure to be with all of you. Congratulations, Dr. Everett. Congratulations to the new officers. Before I start, since I wasn't live previously, I thought I'd clarify one point having to do with the County Committee on School District Organization. This creates a lot of confusion on the part of all of the educational agencies around the county. What you are actually doing at your annual organizational meeting is selecting the parallel, I guess, that would apply would be electors, meaning that the person selected is the person who, when there are vacancies on the county committee, will have the opportunity to vote on how those vacancies are going to be filled. So actually, the county committee did meet this past Friday. I don't believe there are currently any SBCC representatives that are actually on the committee. And I will just add that it looks like it's going to be a very busy year for the committee next year, because there are a significant number of school districts that as a result of the California Voting Rights Act, have agreed to switch from at-large elections to trustee area elections, just like your board did a number of years ago. And in each case, that will require an evaluation and action by the county committee. So it is going to be an active year, but I'm not sure that there's going to be much required from Trustee Parker. But I know she'll
Thank
be
you for the
ready.
clarification, Craig. Yeah, there was one thing I had to do, and that was to vote on who was on that. That was it. So that I appreciate the clarification, Craig.
Thank you very much. So with the short amount of time really that's set aside for this, there's not an adequate opportunity to go through very much of the Brown Act in great detail. I know that most, if not all of you, are already quite familiar with the Brown Act. I don't know the extent to which Dr. Everett has had occasion to deal with the Brown Act. And by the way, as I go through, I don't want to tax Dr. Haslam to look for raised hands. So please feel free to just interrupt me, and not only interrupt, but as we go through to ask any questions that you may feel appropriate. But if I could ask Dr. Everett, is that something you've had an opportunity to work with previously?
Yes, thank you, Craig. I have, as a commissioner with the Santa Barbara County Commission for Women, we're also governed by the Brown Act. And so I am familiar, and a little bit of it is a bit hazy, but when I was the chair of the commission, I was, much more in the weeds with it, but yes. But any reminders always, welcome.
Good. Well, so I think what I'll do is more or less give us the Brown Act greatest hits, a little potpourri of some of the things that I think might be topical for you all. And what I'd start with is yet another new law that will go into effect in January. That was AB 992. And for the first time, the Brown Act deals specifically with social media. And what it says that is a significant departure from anything that's previously been contained in the Brown Act is that when it comes to the posting of social media, that it is a violation of the Brown Act when one member of your board posts on social media anything having to do with college business for any other single board member to repost or to respond in any way. And that means, for example, if Dr. Everett posts something on Facebook, and I, of course, have no idea if you have a Facebook page, but most now do these days, of course, it becomes illegal for any other board member, if there is a comment having to do with anything pertaining to the college, for another board member to post anything back. And this goes as far as even including posting a like. So, this is all very new. It seems to have practical implications, but nevertheless, the California legislature saw fit to restrain board members of county, city, special district, and educational agencies from communicating in this fashion. And the departure that I'm referring to is not only in terms of its application to social media, but as you all know, generally speaking, what the Brown Act limits is the development of a collective concurrence, which normally means any four of you, meaning a majority of you, formulating in some way or fashion a collective concurrence. But when it comes to posting on social media, that is not the case. It includes even merely two of you. But again, it's only when the social media concerns something that is within the scope of your board's activities. Now, other than that, that doesn't limit in any way any of your ability to post on social media your, thoughts, beliefs, policy interpretations, anything that you have been free to post up until this time. It just limits any of your colleagues from, let's just say, joining in the fun and liking or disliking or commenting or any of that. So that's a definite change.
So Craig, this is Marcia. Just to be sure I have this right, I don't have a Facebook page, but if I did, I could post on it about the college, but no one else on the board can react basically in any way by liking it or making some post about it.
That is exactly correct, Marcia. So there we have that one. So in terms of the Brown Act itself, I've been asked questions recently by different board members about some opinion that's been provided, and they'll say, well, I've looked at the Brown Act and I don't see anything in the government code that says what it is that you're saying. And I think most, or again, all of you perhaps are aware that the situation is, to go to an extreme example, a little bit like the United States Constitution, because if somebody says that there's a violation of the right of privacy, if you go and look at the Constitution, it doesn't describe any such right at all. Rather, that is derived from court interpretation, in that particular course from the Supreme Court in the Griswold decision many years ago. So similarly, the Brown Act only goes so far in terms of its interpretation. And instead, when we're asked questions regarding interpretation, we go to our legal research tool and look at any applicable decisions that have been made by appellate courts, or in some instances by the Attorney General's office. So it is an interpretive law that is subject to the usual uncertainties and ambiguities that almost any law is. One of the things that has also come up recently has to do with additions that people want to make to agendas. As you know, your regular meeting agenda, like this afternoon, had to be posted as it was 72 hours in advance. But sometimes there are things that come up less than 72 hours in advance that are really important to be added. So the question is there any way to do that, or are you out of luck? And I'm sure, as Dr. Goswami is aware, and other board members who particularly have served as board president are aware, the workaround here is that when something is that important, a special board meeting can be agendized for the same date and even the same time as the regular board meeting. And the special board meeting agenda will contain the item that came up that needs attention, so that during the regular meeting, the board president can announce that he's going to adjourn the regular meeting and switch over to the special meeting, take up the special meeting item, have it resolved, and then reconvene the regular meeting. And of course, your board policies describe the manner in which a special meeting is called, and that would be a, quote, call, as the term is used, by your board president. So that's an important workaround. If it's less than 24 hours notice, you are very limited in what you can do. There is provision in the Brown Act for an emergency meeting, but that is only permitted under the law when there is a threatened emergency, a dire emergency, like the floods and the mudslides at the beginning of last year would certainly have been a good example of when something like that would have been authorized. When one looks at your board policies, you will be aware, of course, that there are many provisions that overlap with the Brown Act. In other words, they describe in slightly different words important provisions of the Brown Act that governs agendas, that govern public comments, that govern closed sessions, as well as other matters. So I think your board policies do a good job of providing guidance that on a day-to-day basis can generally be referred to without having to get into the meat of the Brown Act itself. Another thing that I'm asked about quite a bit has to do with comments, public comments in particular. And the question that comes up repeatedly has to do with the sometimes unfortunate circumstance where people who are giving public comments are doing so in a way that is negative, sometimes extremely negative, sometimes accusatory with respect to college staff, with respect to board members, with respect to outsiders. And the question that arises is, well, what can be done about that? The legal cases that have looked at that, including some federal decisions, have made it very clear that people have virtually unlimited leeway in what they can say during public comment, as unfortunate as that may be. The practice that's been developed in some agencies, and I think Robert has had occasion to do that during his time as board president, has not been to block the comment, but rather to intercede and suggest to the commenter that it would be appropriate under board conduct policies if the commenter could please conduct themselves in a civil and courteous way. If they don't agree to do so, then it's their prerogative. Hopefully in most instances that would work. And we've seen cases certainly where meetings have verged on being disruptive. The Brown Act has a number of provisions that relate to how to deal with those hopefully very rare situations. And I would like to think that you're not going to have any of those situations for years to come, if ever. But when it does arise, there are Brown Act ways of dealing with that. And as we've seen in the past, a particularly effective way without having to resort to the more extreme measures that are available under the law is simply to call for a timeout and to recess the meeting. When that situation occurs, it actually requires a consensus of the board to agree to taking that time out and to agreeing to adjourn or recess for 5 minutes or so until calmer heads can prevail. Peter, did you have your hand up, sir?
No.
Yeah,
It's an interesting point. Usually at least in my experience, it's been the decision of the chair to take a recess. But you're saying there has to be consensus, which to me means 100% of the board has to agree.
Well, the majority of the board, and I don't have your policies up in front of me, but I'm recalling a situation that arose last year when there didn't happen to be board consent for taking a recess. But I believe that that's what's contained in your policies. And it's not the usual policy. Generally, across the board in other educational agencies that I've worked with, at least, it is the prerogative of the board president. So on the subject of public comments, another common issue that comes up is what to do about responding to public comments. Some boards believe that it is unlawful to respond to public comments, and that's not the case. It's not the case at all. And sometimes, on occasion, it can be embarrassing not to respond because you have somebody that comes before you, they raise a legitimate issue, and they're saying, we'd really like to have an answer to this. And then, quite often, the board member who is supervising the public comments, I think usually it's the vice president, if I'm not mistaken, will then go on and say, okay, next person up, which can be awkward. So there certainly isn't anything wrong with, and it can be recommended, in fact, that the board president explain that the norm that the board follows is not to respond to public comments, but to assure the commenter that the board has heard and paid attention to those comments. And the reason, of course, why public comments are not generally responded to has to do with the fact that they raise issues that many times are not on the agenda. And it's inappropriate for the board to have a discussion on matters that are not on the agenda. Beyond that, when it comes to comments for matters that are on the agenda, if one board member interjects and follows up with a conversation, then that invites other board members to do the same thing. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but the board is going to be getting into a substantive discussion of whatever that agendized matter is. And I think it's normally seen as preferential for the board discussion to ensue once the matter comes back to the board, usually after a staff report. The last point on public comments. I can't remember right now if you normally take your public comments on agenda items before any staff presentation, or if you await staff presentation before taking comments. Can somebody clarify that for me?
Normally, we give the speaker the option. They can either speak at the beginning of the meeting if the comment is a general one, or if we have an agenda item 10 point something, they'd prefer to speak there, we allow them to have that time to speak.
But they speak before the staff report.
Actually, I think we've been mixed on that. Sometimes we forget and then call on the commenter after the staff report.
Well, obviously, you can do it either way you want. The Brown Act merely provides that public comments shall be taken either before or during consideration of an item, obviously before the board makes a decision. It's quite customary for public comments generally to be taken at the outset of the consideration of an item. There are certainly occasions, however, that come along when it may be preferential to first have the staff report. For example, there can be an item that comes up that's quite controversial. And in some of those situations, if the public was to have the opportunity to hear the staff report before public comments were taken, it could, in effect, take the sting out of some of the comments that you might otherwise hear, because they may not be fully aware of what the staff report is going to lay out. because that staff report may not go into that amount of detail in terms of what's available on the board agenda. So that's just a thought in terms of how you may wish to handle sometimes issues where you have a number of people attending, and the thinking is that with the proposal that you're getting from your staff, that a lot of the concern might be expected to be allayed. Well, in terms of, without dragging it out, because there's so much that can be talked about, obviously, it is necessary frequently to have closed sessions. And I think it's important for people to know and understand that the purpose of those closed sessions is not to hide things from the public per se, but in a majority of instances, it is directly intended to protect the privacy of the individuals involved. In other words, when personnel matters are being discussed in closed session, the purpose of the Brown Act in no way, shape, or manner is intended to, or even to allow the board to hide from the eyes of the public what it is that's being discussed. Rather, it's very, very clear that the purpose in those instances is to protect the privacy of the individual or individuals that are involved in the closed session of the board. And sometimes people get lost in that kind of thing. In addition to what I'll call personnel closed sessions, it's very common for there to be litigation closed sessions. And most of you, I think, know, or perhaps some of you are not familiar with the fact that the litigation closed session, which means that you're conferring with your counsel, involve not only lawsuit type litigation, but also administrative proceedings, which can include things like the processing of claims within your own organization through your investigative bodies, or claims that are have been referred to outside investigative agencies, the EEOC, the DFEH, et cetera, a state hearing board and an officer in a particular instance. So that's included within the framework of litigation. And also litigation doesn't necessarily mean cases or administrative proceedings that have actually been filed, but also include potential cases where there is felt to be a substantial risk that a matter is going to go into litigation. The law affords the board an opportunity to confer with its counsel with respect to the direction that the board wishes to take, so that counsel can be instructed with respect to how to deal with the matter. And I think you're all generally familiar with those. And of course, from time to time, you do have those, and you do have various personnel items that do come before you for purposes of closed session. I'm going to make a simple point about the Public Records Act. And again, I don't know if Dr. Everett has had occasion to have to deal with that, but the college and other local educational agencies, I would say increasingly, are receiving Public Record Act requests, which under the 5,000 series in the California government, 5,000 series, give the public extensive rights to obtain documentation from public agencies, including educational agencies. And there's a whole protocol that is involved for responding. As I reported to you, whenever it was a handful of years ago that I last did a Brown Act update, the California Supreme Court has decided that in accessing college records in order to comply with the Public Records Act, that the law now requires that you as individual board members need to disclose items that might be on your personal email accounts, as well as text messages. And the rationale for that, I think, is pretty obvious, was that if elected officials could get around compliance with the Public Record Act merely by switching from their government email account, the act would be pretty ineffective. So fairly regularly, we're having to go to different local educational agencies and ask them to not only dig into the IT record of emails that are on the servers and documents and so on, but actually to communicate with elected officials and ask them to search through their email accounts and their text message accounts and provide documentation. And as you can well imagine, and I'm not now pointing to anything that's happened at the college, but it can be embarrassing, and it has been embarrassing. And I've had to go through that in connection with a recent spate of lawsuits that my office has been involved in. So the watchword there, which I always give, and it's very obvious, but no one ever pays attention to, is be careful about what you put in writing. Because if you never want to worry about it seeing it in a newspaper, then don't put it in writing. And the old adage, it's always better to talk to people, especially about different subjects, than it is to put things in writing. And you'll certainly make it easier on your legal services budget if nobody has to contact us and has to ask us to dig through sometimes voluminous records that might exist. All right, turning away from that to the last subject that I see on the agenda, meaning an update on any personnel items that might be timely. And I'm just going to make a very brief mention of something that's a very unpopular topic with you and your staff, but I just want to make sure that you're aware of it in connection with the difficult subject of your budgets that you are going to be continuing to grapple with. There are, of course, timelines for when, in the event that there needs to be any considerations to staff reductions, when you have to act. And for purposes of academic staff, reductions in particular types of services, or based upon reductions in your ADA and your attendance, those notices need to go out by March 15. Those are preliminary notices, not final notices, but nevertheless, it is a firm deadline. When it comes to classified staff, generally under the state law and under various provisions in the CSEA contract, there's a 60-day notification period. And as far as your adjunct faculty, there actually is no specific timeline because the education code provides that the college has the discretion to reduce the number of adjunct faculty without notifications whatsoever, which is not to say that such notices wouldn't be given if that had to come to pass, but just in terms of what the legal requirements are. So I know that Dr. Goswami and staff are generally aware of those, but I wanted to point those out to the board as well, just so that in the unfortunate situation that should come to pass, that you're aware of it. So with that, that would complete my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Greg, one of the areas where we are most likely to approach the line, if not cross it, has to do with communications between ourselves. I believe, the rule is that no more than 3 of us can have a conversation about anything substantive dealing with the college agenda. What about communications just between the 7 board members? Are there restrictions that would say it's okay to have unilateral communication?
Well, that's a very good question, Peter, and I really mean that sincerely. It's a great question because there isn't anything that is prohibited in terms of having what I'll call one-way communication. So you could send an email, and I'm just giving you a silly example right now because I know you wouldn't do this, that says, I'm writing to each of my fellow board members to advise them that I'm going to be voting in favor of item 4H on this week's agenda. Well, there isn't anything wrong with that per se, because what the Brown Act prohibits, as you pointed to, is the development of a collective concurrence, meaning of a majority of you, either directly because you're responding to Peter's email, or serially because one of you talks to another one or emails another one, and then so on. Or through an indirect communicator. So for example, if Peter was to talk to Dr. Goswami, and then Peter's views on the subject were shared by Dr. Goswami, who I know would never do this, with others, and so on. However it comes about, the development of a collective concurrence is prohibited. But Peter's one-way email does not violate that rule. However, it does almost invite a violation because all too often, other board members are going to want to chime in and give their own views. And if they realize that they can't do that, certainly one other board member can. Oh, I agree with Peter. And even a third board member can, but no one after that. The problem in particular is that it's really unfair for one or more board members, to air their views on matters within the board's jurisdiction, not only because of Brown Act potential issues, but because it hamstrings other board members from weighing in. And, quite frankly, the idea behind the law is that the conduct of board business ought to be during board meetings with all of the board gathered together and in front of the public. And a secondary notion there is that if board member A has a discussion with board member B and C, although it might be perfectly legitimate, and let's say it's not an email, it's just over coffee, there isn't anything wrong with that. But when the item that they're talking about comes up before the board for a fuller discussion, the other four board members have not had the benefit of the discussion that went on among the first 3. And, my example of how that works in another setting is in the jury system. I'm sure many of you have been on juries, and none of the jurors are ever allowed to discuss with one another anything having to do with the matter before them, for the same reason I've just discussed, because if they are to share their thinking and ideas, that deprives the others of either the benefit of that thinking, or on the other hand, of hearing different views that vary from that thinking. So generally speaking, it's always far preferred for board members to limit themselves to the extent possible to dealing with board business during a board meeting. The exception to that is when there are scheduling issues. Can we get together and have a special meeting? Say, Peter, who has the responsibility for calling a special meeting, may want to email the board and say, I'm looking at calling a special board meeting next week. Are you all available on Tuesday at 5 o'clock? That kind of thing is not prohibited.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Any other questions of Craig before we move on?
Craig, I was wondering with the new AB 992, does that apply to chats on Zoom? It just occurred to me, we don't talk to each other in chat, but that's a way to have a board conversation through the Zoom chat without the public knowing. Is that like, are the chat transcripts get attached to agendas after January 1st?
Oh boy, Veronica, you got me there. The straight answer, however reluctant I am to give it, is I don't know. I haven't thought about that one yet. Obviously, if you're talking about a one-to-one Zoom, you and one other board member that is not generally available to the public, that's just like a conversation that you might have, which you can't have during COVID times. So I wouldn't think so. But until you raised that question, I haven't thought about it. But if you're on a larger Zoom that's accessed by a significant number of people, then I would think that the same principles would apply.
Got it. And then my other question is on items that are agendized, and I think we had a good example earlier today. You know, the topic what was agendized was a pretty broad, I forget, it's how do we want to organize ourselves, the organizational structure, how do we want to deal with committees and things like that. And then Dr. Goswami brought up like, oh, well, how would we deal with X topic? And so what we've done as a board is we've always, erred on the side of caution. If we think that we're going to somehow violate the Brown Act, we stay away from it. But I think earlier was a good example of, it seemed like the request fell within the scope of what was agendized. We're talking about how we're going to handle things. What would be your take on that when we feel that it falls within the umbrella of something we're discussing? In this case, how do we want to handle ourselves organizational wise or dealing with issues, committees? But the specific question was, how do we want to handle when we want to change some edits on job descriptions? And then we erred on the, oh, wait, maybe that's not agendized. But could we have said, oh, okay, well, maybe that falls under a committee? Or like, could we have pursued that conversation? Because it does fall under how we handle committees and business for the college.
I think the answer to your question is that it's somewhat of a gray area, because you obviously had an agenda item that allowed for a generalized discussion of how a variety of different things would be handled. But then, there's always the situation where the discussion veers off somewhat. And I was thinking in particular of the, great question that your student trustee, Ms. McKinney, raised about, well, why doesn't the student trustee get a vote? So that's a whole agenda subject itself. And I think it was fine to have a brief discussion because that's certainly related to the general topic. But that discussion needs to remain brief. And if it had gone on and into a lengthier discussion in more detail about what the law actually provides and, on and on and on, then it would have been appropriate for your board president or someone to caution that maybe this should be an item that ought to be agendized for another meeting. So I think, there is room for judgment to be exercised in terms of how far one can go in having a discussion under a very general topic. The real limitation, I would say, is that a agenda heading has to fairly apprise the public of what it is that's going to be talked about. So the example I've given before is if there's an agenda heading that says future facility plans, and then all of a sudden there's an architect that comes in and lays out a plan for a brand new administration building and goes into cost estimates and all that kind of thing. WOA, that agenda heading did not adequately give the public any reasonable notice of the type of thing that was about to be talked about. So the agenda headings don't need to be lengthy. And you, of course, routinely have backup so that the public can understand and appreciate in some detail what's going to be talked about. But certainly, I think for the type of item that you're talking about, Veronica, I think, the way it was handled tonight was an example of something that was just fine.
Let me call on Anna.
Thank you. Craig, just real quickly, since the governance of social media is in development and is new, I did want to ask you about my desire to change my campaign Facebook page to just an area 4 general, outreach to my constituents. Is there somebody that I can go to if there is a question about, something that might be questionable? I'm not sure that I should not post. I mean, when things come up in the news and I want to just like share it, that has to do with community colleges, in general. But if there's something that I want to post and if I'm not sure about it, is there somebody, should I contact you, or is there somebody that I can contact since the, since the Brown Act and addressing social media is still in formation?
Well, I think that the normal way to go about this, rather than having 7 potential trustees, calling my office with questions and so on, the normal way to go about that would be to go through Dr. Goswami's office and tell him that you have an issue that you'd like to have resolved. And
Great.
then that's commonly how it's done with other educational agencies here locally.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions? I see none. No hands are up that I can see. If not, we will thank Craig Price very much for his contribution to our education about the Brown Act. It's always useful, Craig. We may not always like to spend that time, but it's better than getting us into trouble. Oh, there you are. You just popped in.
I hadn't noticed that I wasn't on the video before, so I think you can count yourselves as being very fortunate that I didn't notice it until now.
Okay. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you.
It is 6:16, and I'm aware that the next item has to do with board ethics. I think it's important, particularly since we have a new member of our board, to at least underscore our existing policy with respect to ethics. And we have a review of changes to board policy 4235 that's already been mentioned, and then report from board members. Is it your feeling that you'd like to continue and finish this agenda before dinner, before we take a break? I'm thinking that at some point we'll want to take a break and come back for the closed session. You're muted, Marcia. Marcia, you're muted.
I'm unmuting. I think there's a fair amount more to do before we get to closed session. So my suggestion would be either break now or break after 6:13, report from board members. But after that, it's not, there's a bunch of stuff.
Right. No, I was thinking getting through 6:13.
Well, I for one am hungry, but I'll defer.
I vote for breaking now.
Break now?
Yeah.
Okay. When we do 15 or 20 minutes, it kind of feels rushed. Can we do 30 minutes and actually come back in 30 minutes? Does that feel fair and acceptable? I'm looking around for nodding heads or any indication like you're nuts. Okay, all right. 30 minutes from now, it's 6:18. That means that we come back at, say, 12 minutes to 7.
Everybody should mute their video and their sound during the break.
Alrighty.
What time again?
Let's say 10 minutes to 7.
10 to 7. Okay, thank you. What you eating, Peter?
You caught me. Wasn't quite long enough. Come on. Well, till we're back, I'm still eating.
I hear you.
See. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're almost all back. Not quite. Aha, there's Marcia.
all the trustees are here, so I think we can start.
There's Robert. Okay. We are back in session, and we are at 6.11, which has to do with a review of board ethics. Board ethics for board policy 2715 is a 4-page item. I wonder, have you all had a chance to look at it? I wonder if it would be worthwhile to ask each of you who would elect to do so to identify, your favorite bullet point that really calls to you and says, this is significant, and this is something we really ought to fully understand. For example, under the first major heading, act in a manner that reflects the values of the institution by, I picked the fourth bullet, ensuring an atmosphere in which controversial issues can be presented fairly and in which the dignity of each individual is maintained. And I know that in the heat of argument that's something sometimes forgotten. So to me, that's important to call into our attention and remember. In the next one, demonstrate effective leadership. There, the bullet point that stands out to me is acting with civility and dignity, which is very similar, but it sort of underscores how it is that we have agreed by virtue of establishing this board policy. This is what we have agreed to by way of our behavior. Anybody else have an observation about our ethics or a question about it?
Well, under that bullet, the demonstrate effective leadership, as you guys all know, I really see this as a nonpartisan role and to protect the institution from undue influence and really carry out that charge that's going to support the mission, vision, and core values of the college. So the bullet that says to be an advocate for the college and the community by encouraging support and interest in the college, I do think that's it's critical as we come together to support what is in the best interest of the college. And the college includes every single person in our district, from our preschool program all the way to our School of Extended Learning and everything around that supports it by way of property taxes, by way of, donations to the foundation. So that part of that is something that I've always held very close and dear to my heart for the last 8 years. Mm-hmm. And I think it's important, especially as we launch into these really heavy topics of bond facilities and the budget, and just knowing that we are going to be an advocate for the district as a body of a whole.
Now, you mentioned partisan politics, and it's mentioned here on page 2 of the policy. And that can be interpreted in a number of different ways. The part that I think gets most sticky is we're asked not to be partisan, and yet we all come to these positions by way of a political process. And we don't come empty-headed. We bring our biases with us. And I think what this is asking us to do is recognize them, not set them aside, but not to try not to be directly partisan in our behavior, in our voting process. And that would, I don't know if I'm making any sense here, but I see it as a difficult thing to identify with clarity. In closed sessions, I think everyone understands, and I hope this is the case. We agree to maintain confidentiality. That is, what happens in closed sessions stays there. I like this one, keeping an open mind and listening to the ideas of others. That is much more easily said than done. at least in my experience.
I wanted to just jump in a little bit on that, keeping an open mind and also the partisanship. In terms of the keeping an open mind, I do think that that's important because one of the things that I tend to, to sort of mention lightly or, as a sort of, maxim is for myself is that I don't agree with myself all the time. So it's difficult for me to, to hold a position that's just so staunch that I can't hear from other people. And I think it's really important. That's why we have numbers of people with different points of view to be able to hear each other. And so I think that that's really important. And I think it adds to a level of respect because if you hear other people, then they can hear you. So it's a kind of mutuality of respect. And also sometimes, when you hear somebody else, you hear something that you hadn't anticipated. So I think that's really important. But I also think it's important so that when you disagree, you can articulate why, even after having listened to the person. In terms of the nonpartisan nature of debates and positions and not favoring one particular political group or partisan group or another, I think that's important to bear in mind. And also that being nonpartisan doesn't mean not being passionate. And so, I think it's really, key that we are aware of that. But I do think that it is important at the same time to be able to say being nonpartisan doesn't mean that you can't be passionate, about whatever it is that whatever position you're holding.
I couldn't agree more. Others?
A topic that hopefully we'll dive into a lot more, maybe even it's the promote a healthy professional relationship with the superintendent, president, in this case, Dr. Goswami as our only employee. And of course it goes on to say faculty and staff, but we have the most interaction with Dr. Goswami. So I think when I just reviewing this, that's the part that I would like to see us in 2021, this next year, really work at promoting a healthy professional relationship with our superintendent. That really I'm
going to cut my sound off because you're hearing my fire, my smoke.
Uh-oh, what was Peter cooking?
He got some smoke from his cooking. So there's a lot of bullets on there, but really and a lot of this, when you read it, obviously we've read it for many years, a lot of this encompasses other board policies that we already have, but priority for the year is that healthy relationship with our superintendent as a board. Because I said I'm the liaison or whatever, I watch all the other board meetings around town. And I remember distinctly a superintendent president telling his board, specifically one board member, saying, I feel like I get a lot of single direction from you, and it was a hard conversation and it had to happen publicly because, this was their board meeting. And so I thought, oh my gosh, that you can just see the uncomfortableness in the superintendent. You can see the uncomfortableness in the board members and just all the way for the community observing it. And this is one of our local school districts. And they had to have this very hard conversation publicly, the CEO president with his board. And so I just remember thinking, oh gosh, let that never be Santa Barbara City College, that we would have a healthy professional relationship with our superintendent, that we would use appropriate channels of communications, that criticisms would not be public, that we would have the character and the respect to conduct ourselves in a way that does foster a positive relationship for the entire institution. Because that was a difficult thing to watch as a community member for a neighboring local education agency, to have that type of relationship. So we don't have that. And so I want to, especially we have a new board member coming on board, and that we would all be in that spirit of we have one employee and our goal is to have that relationship with him.
I'm happy to report that I called the smoke alarm. Sorry about the interruption. Other comments?
You've lost some volume there, Peter,
I did?
I think.
No. Still up there. I'll speak up. What do we do if one of us behaves in a way that others believe to be out of character with the code of ethics? There is a section of this policy that deals with violation, and frankly, I would really prefer not to do that. But it does call for the president to intervene, or if someone else notices that somebody is acting out of character, then they will come and ask the president to intervene and have a conversation with a person who may be offending. So that's our ethics policy. We also have a conflict of interest policy that I would commend to your reading, and it's listed here on the agenda. Obvious conflicts of interest would involve financial dealings in which the college has invested. Conflict of interest might be if one of us had an employee or a relative who is an employee and who is contesting some point or another. You may have to recuse yourself. I think that's pretty common sense.
Peter?
Yes.
I have just a quick comment to make. I would just encourage, this has probably already been said, but I would encourage everyone to read the both of these policies, but primarily 2715. There are a lot of statements that are, obviously aspirational, and I think nobody would have any trouble agreeing they're all great ideas, but I think it's just good to read through them and think about what they say, and it doesn't take that long to read them. They're all short statements. And as you read them, kind of ask yourself, are you living up to what is being said there? I mean, I asked myself that on several of them. And that's my only comment, that I encourage everybody to read them and think about them as you read them.
And I would add that it's really okay to be confused. It's not okay to stay confused. If there's something about this that makes you wonder, well, ask and let's have a discussion about it. Okay. Our next.
Peter?
Yes.
And?
I'm sorry, Marcia, your hand is up. I see that.
I just wanted to point out, you mentioned the conflict of interest policy, and in 2715, there is a reference to, a cross-reference basically to avoiding conflicts of interest, but also appearing to involve such a conflict. And I would hope that we hold ourselves to that standard as well, where it may not be the kind of obvious direct conflict, but if it's reasonably so perceived, we damage our institution as well by proceeding anyway.
That's well put. Yeah. The conflict may be so obvious, but the appearance of conflict may be a little more subtle. We should certainly be apprised of that. Okay, any other comment? I see Anna.
Muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, on the conflicts of interest, I was wondering about filing. It mentions, let me go grab that again, filing a statement. And so I was just wondering, is there a time frame for that?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Swami?
So Jasmine will have the documents available and send it to you for filing. Other trustees have already filed for the year.
Gotcha.
But it will be a new year coming January in Nassau.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to move on? I sense we are. Item 6.12 is review changes in board policy 4235. That has to do with credit for prior learning. Who would like to speak to that, Dr. Goswami? You're muted.
I can tee it off and then Pamela might join in. This is something, as Rayan mentioned at the beginning, Chancellor's office wanted us to, not just us, community colleges to do that. Primarily because if you look at credit for prior learning, California is somewhat behind the curve. In many other things, it's ahead of the curve. But when it came to credit for learning, they were behind the curve. And in most cases, credit for learning meant that you have to sit for an exam and that's how you get credit. But there are other ways to get credit. For example, advanced placement, obviously we do that. International baccalaureate. Industry certifications, some of those networking certifications and security certifications are as rigorous as any college course and program. Some military training. So all of those needs to come into the picture, because what happens if we stay with the traditional route is that there is significant equity impact, that certain groups of people get through and certain people will not get through because of the trajectory they take towards higher education. So that's why I think this was a very important work. And actually commend our academic senate for doing this work in a period of 2 months. Pamela, you want to chime in?
Certainly. I think it was a great opportunity that the state passed legislation that pushed and encouraged community colleges to pick this up. We have done credit by exam. We've acknowledged AP examination, but we haven't had a system that really came about a consistent approach to credit for prior learning. And so this is giving us an opportunity to dig a lot deeper and really emphasizing the equitable understanding of what students bring with them, as prior knowledge is a really important step in making community colleges even more viable for the work that we do. So you're seeing an update and an elaboration here in the board policy. The AP that goes along with this is much deeper, and it's going to open up a lot of opportunity for our programs to reconsider how they approach this work. So there's some very obvious first pieces that we'll be rolling out, and then our academic faculty will be working to make sure that they can accommodate a variety of different kinds of requests as they come down the line. So we're really excited about it. And it's been a nice collaboration between faculty and administration. It's worked really well as we've moved this forward.
Good.
Any questions about it?
Anybody have a thought or a question?
Peter, I would just say I'm super supportive of this policy, and I do think it's long overdue. And I think it was a lot of advocacy across the state, especially initially where this policy, I think, thought was at one of the conferences we'd gone to, and it was for our patriots, our veterans coming home. And like Dr. Goswami said, I mean, that's intensive military training, and for them to come and jump into our community college and be able to get credit for that is a step in the right direction. And so thank you to everybody that did this during such a crazy time. So I think that is amazing, Pamela. 2 months, or Dr. Goswami who mentioned that. So I can't wait to see this back for final approval. I think it's awesome, and it'll be exciting for what it's going to do for our workforce and just our communities.
And I just wanted to jump in and say, in terms of equity, I just think it's such a valuable and crucial shift, because I know that in the UCs, for example, they've decided to stop using the placement exams or the GREs, because they know that there's cultural biases that can be sort of inscribed therein. And so I think things like this should be really applauded, because it really does. We have to walk the walk for equity and inclusion. So definitely Pamela, I applaud you guys for doing this work, and thank you.
Okay, we're not asked to vote on this tonight. This is just the first reading.
Yes.
Other question?
I think that we actually do have this up for action tonight. We have a deadline of December 31st by law. Is it not up for a vote, Dr. Goswami?
No.
It's first reading.
It's a first reading?
Yeah.
Okay.
And is there a deadline to ensure that this gets enacted?
There was a hope that we were going to be able to meet that deadline of December 30th.
I just want to note that we can take action on a first reading. It's not prohibited to take action on a discussion.
Yes. I mean, the board has to waive first and second reading and go ahead and vote.
But it's noticed for discussion, not action.
It doesn't matter. You can take action on discussion items.
Where's Craig?
Well, what's your pleasure? Do you want to take action? In which case, Dr. Goswami says we should first waive the right to a second reading. Do you feel sufficiently comfortable with this to do that?
Pamela, tell us about this hope. What is it? What's it tied to?
It's tied to legislation that says community colleges need to have this board policy in place by the end of December. And I think we might have had some miscommunication between BPAP and the president's office about the shortened time on this. So I take any responsibility that I possibly can on that piece. But if it were possible, and if you had any clarifying questions that I could possibly answer that would help make you feel comfortable about considering moving it to action, I'd be more than happy to walk through it.
Jonathan?
I don't know. It doesn't say we're noticed to take action, and I've been in that position in the past at my job where we didn't put action, and our attorney told us you cannot take action at that point. So what I would recommend is we do a 5-minute special meeting next week and approve a second reading then.
I can do that.
Are you all up for having a special meeting for the purpose of approving this particular policy?
Well, I'd like to meet the deadline that Pamela has described. I just feel a little uncomfortable when we didn't tell the public.
I certainly understand that.
We can the notice for shortened for special meetings is short, so we can schedule something pretty quickly for early next week so that at least a quorum of board members can be present. Ideally for 5 minutes, maybe all of them can be present.
I see Kate's thumbs up. I'd certainly be available. So are we in agreement? We'll go for a special meeting?
Yes.
Okay. All right, then any further questions of Pamela about this? Okay, good.
I apologize for the miscommunication and I'm really excited that you might be able to make something happen. So thank you for that.
Pamela, this is probably the first time in your life you've ever made a mistake. And
it is, Peter, and I'm grateful you noted it.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So just never let it happen again. We're on 6.13, report from board members. This is a time where we share what we've been doing on behalf of the board or incidental to it. Anybody care to go first?
I can go, Peter. So yeah, you saw me?
I saw Veronica, then I saw Marcia, then I saw Jonathan.
Okay. So I've still been doing the certificate in finance through Georgetown. That started with those 5 series of Naleo doing it for Latino elected officials. And now I'm into my 15th, but it's been it's all a deep dive on educational finance. So I appreciate Lindsay's world a lot more. So I've been doing that. And then also, I think it's, I'll just report what's going on with K-12. And so at the last board meeting that I wasn't there, you guys, or we as a board approved the partnership with the CCAP courses, and that's of course our college career readiness. So the best way I can explain this is similar to how we have the associate degrees to transfer, where we said, hey, if you're a community college student and you take a class, it's going to count towards your AA degree and it'll count towards your IGETC for you to transfer. And we're going to make that happen. It is still an issue at Santa Barbara Unified where if you go on the homepage of the Chancellor's Office for the California Community College, it says, hey, you can take a course at your local community college and you can take, you can get credit for graduating and for whatever applies at City College. Isn't that great? What could be better than that? And what could be better than that, right? That you're getting double credit. Well, that's not the case at Santa Barbara Unified. So this really is an equity and access issue. This first came to me from the community about 2 years ago. Of course, with their transitions with their presidents and our presidents, it's time now. Our students need access. The schools have been closed for a long time already, and we really need to get our local high school students to be able to enroll in a community college course so that they can get out about their business, start getting their college planning. So I did speak to Santa Barbara Unified on Monday night because it was on their board agenda to approve that same agreement. And so this is something that maybe we can agendize so that maybe we can send like a formal letter to them as a board saying why this is important to kids in our community and to families. So that's that.
Okay, thank you. Marcia?
I just wanted to say, along with Anna, who was the special guest, I went to our small but mighty Christmas party, and that was fun. And we had a dissertation on why Die Hard is a Christmas movie. And I was convinced.
Too much laughter. People will get the wrong idea that we're having fun. Next was, I think, Jonathan.
So during our meeting, actually, the league sent out their email of what they're requesting of the governor and the legislature in terms of the budget next year. And so I just wanted to share this with everybody now so we could get out and contact our representatives and make the push ourselves too. And their top priorities are, the first one is buying down of the deferrals, which I think we could all agree is something that's necessary. Flexible COVID-19 block grants for districts to support our different operations right now. Relief from increased CalPERS and CalSTRS costs with the goal of permanent assistance for a buy down of employer contributions. Community college students being prioritized more in financial aid because I've brought this up as a league priority. It's, the UC students get almost all the financial aid compared to community college students who are usually more needy, and UC students are usually wealthier. And then fund student mental health services through state administrative resources from Prop 63. So those are the 5. I think you all probably would have gotten this anyways, but wanted to make the plug to contact Senator Limon, our new senator, and Assemblymember Bennett to let them know about this. Thank you.
Okay. And Anna, I think you're next.
Okay, thank you. I want to just lower my hand. Actually, as a new board member, I did want to just make a couple of remarks. So if that's okay, I'd like to begin.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
It's okay.
Okay, great. So it's a little formal, but Supervisor President Goswami, members of the board, staff, City College family, and friends, let me say first of all that I am honored to join this august board. Area 4 voters, I am humbled by your vote of confidence in me, and I will work diligently to earn and to live up to your trust. I know our college faces some tremendous challenges, but as I said when running for office, I also see some amazing opportunities ahead, especially as we confront and work to get beyond this COVID economy and the health scourge this pandemic is causing our community and beyond. I look forward to hearing from you in my new capacity as your representative for Area 4, and of course for the entire City College family. Thank you for this opportunity. I won't let you down. And after watching so many of the board meetings online, I'm truly excited about my first meeting tonight. So happy holidays to everybody and stay safe. And then just lastly, I do want to say I had an idea for a summit that I'd like to propose at some point. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Lily, you were next.
Hi, everybody. I have an important report to give you all today. You might have heard that I've been reaching out to our community, and not by myself, but along with the athletic department, we've been working hard to get support for the turf renewal. We, as a student government, passed a new resolution, so I could read that to you in a bit. And we also petitioned our community and the students and the student athletes, and we started over a week and a half ago, and we've gotten past 1,200 signatures. It's actually 1,215 signatures right now of people in support of replacing our turf. So I'll go ahead and read our resolution that we passed 2 weeks ago as the Associated Student Government. Whereas it is the responsibility of the ASG of SBCC to act as the official voice for students in district participatory governance processes. Whereas the athletics department is committed to non-discrimination and providing equitable opportunities, benefits, and resources to all students. Whereas La Playa Turf is now 11 years old and now is 3 years past its warranty and lifespan, and the condition of the turf has continued to deteriorate. Whereas the degraded condition of the field has increased susceptibility to injury by students and field goers, as well as overall district liability. Whereas the turf renewal will offer a renewed source of income from rentals by local groups and schools, incentive for prospective students, and an improved community resource for the students, athletes, and hundreds of community members who use it daily. Therefore, be it resolved by the Santa Barbara Community College Associated Student Government that the Senate does hereby support the renovation of La Playa Turf. Be it further resolved that the ASG supports the safety and well-being of student athletes, students enrolled in physical education classes, and community members who may utilize the turf. Be it further resolved that the ASG will petition the student body for their support of the turf renovation, which we have done. Be it further resolved that the ASG will support other motions and expenditures as deemed appropriate and necessary to provide support for the project, passed and adopted by the Santa Barbara City College ASG 4th day of December 2020. We've also got a couple people who are here to deliver public comments on behalf of their support for the turf renovation. So I don't know if this is the right time to allow them to deliver their comments, but that's what I've got today.
My understanding is that they want to speak to that particular issue before we take it up, or as we take up that.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Are there other comments from board members? See none? No hands are up. So we move on to item 7, which is the development of the consent calendar. So I'll call for the removal of any item from numbers 8.1 through 9.2.
Peter, I don't need it removed as much as it's just more of a question. And so I don't know if I should remove it to ask the question, because maybe that's the best way.
Our practice has been, if it's a short question that just requires clarification, we don't have to do much of anything to it. So go ahead.
Okay, well, first of all, I apologize, Dr. Goswami, and when I missed your office hours, and I don't know why I didn't read fully 8.5 and 8.6 till this morning. So I apologize for asking the question now. The first is, for 8.5, I understand the services have already been rendered, this method of delivering the English class and the increase in workload. And so what exactly are we approving? Are we just approving that this will continue through 2021 of this spring? Or are we approving that this is going, from what I read is they will negotiate to see if this will be the new normal added to contract law. And then I'm wondering, what's the cost analysis to this, to both of these? And 8.6, I guess the paragraph that stood out was the maintenance of facilities. So our facilities pre-COVID were already in dire need of maintenance. I want to believe that if we have a leaky toilet, that we would have wanted to fix it pre-COVID anyway, and that we don't need to codify something into contract law, because we are going to just know that people need to have sanitary and clean bathrooms. And so I wanted to know what the cost was associated to that. Do we have the custodial staff to be able to pick that up? And I just know that we have a lot of facility needs already. And how is this? I guess it was different to see that much facility meet in an MOU, because knowing that we have had a lot of issues with facilities. So again, I apologize for asking now, yeah. Dr. Goswami.
Michael will be the best person to answer it, because he has been in the thick of it for the last 4 months in the negotiations of this item. So I'll give you the.
So in terms of the facility question, a lot of this is what we're required to do by the County Department of Public Health in any case. And so using CARES money and very judicious scheduling in facilities, we're able to do this. This basically represents there was a statewide push by CSCA really to get some basic things in place, and things that we were already doing, we didn't feel it was necessary. We were happy to codify it, right? Because we're doing it anyway. It's what we're required to do by the county department in order to even have people on campus. So this was really a way of reassuring our people that we are doing these things. So there's nothing in here that, as I say, that we wouldn't be doing anyway.
Okay, that's what I thought, because it seemed like that's what we would have. And so then so how someone gets infected, it's now codified that we have to sanitize it and clean it. Where, for example, if that infection happens in student services, where would all those people go? Because from what I understand, we're already limited in space on campus. So what's going to happen there? Because so we're agreeing that this is.
If there's an exposure, most of them will go into quarantine. And then, we will have to clean the facility before other people can use it. So, yeah, we've been kind of lucky. We'll talk about that later in the meeting, but we've been lucky so far that we haven't been impacted massively. But that's what would happen. I mean, there's an entire protocol laid out by the County Department of Public Health. It's on our website as well. All the different kinds of exposures and the resulting quarantines.
So that means students won't have access to financial aid, counseling, cashiers.
They'd have it in the remote environment, pretty much the way they have it now.
Okay, so then if student services shuts down, everybody will deliver that service in the current model.
Right.
Okay.
Or contextually, depending on the circumstance, some part might be open and some part may be closed. So it will be very. It will be based on the circumstances that we're facing at that point in time.
Okay, that makes sense.
But the services will not cease. Services will continue.
Okay, so that's perfect. And then the fiscal implication is there is none, because there's revenue coming in to supplement this extra expense.
For now, yeah.
Only for COVID, yeah.
Okay, good. And then the 8.5, are we just approving that through spring of 2021?
Correct.
Okay, and so I like the MOU. I think that it definitely it does the right thing for students. How do we then? Is this going to set precedents for another department? What about computer science, who their students don't come in prepared with the math skills? Will the computer science department want the same thing? And then what about ESL? where they also have the varied preparation of all their students, some coming with more extensive background knowledge in their home language versus someone just learning English, or that's what concerned me about the fiscal implication of that, or departments on campus saying, oh, we're fine that this is strictly for English and no one else gets this extra stipend money. Or not stipend, but this extra money allocation for their extra unit they're teaching.
Right. Dr. Alston might be able to address this a little bit more directly, but my understanding is that this is as a result of AB 705, right? So
yes,
it's where we have dropouts of what we used to have remedial classes, where those are gone now. And this is one of the most heavily impacted areas in that respect. So I'm not sure that we had remedial computer science or remedial some of those other areas. This may be a valid conversation for other areas that are impacted by 705, but that's not where we are right now.
So can we afford to do this is my question then, because there isn't a cost analysis to this. So if we're approving this, how much money is this going to cost us?
I'm finding it difficult to interrupt. The whole purpose of a consent calendar is to pull things out from the consent that we really want to discuss. What I think we should allow is for points of clarification only. Otherwise, I think we should ask to pull the thing and have a thorough discussion of the item. So I'll ask you to conclude your remarks and then we can move on from there with that understanding. Does that seem okay with everybody?
Yeah, so can I pull it then? Can I pull 8.5 so we know what the cost is for that?
Sure, absolutely. So 8.5 is out.
Yeah, because 8.6 clarified, it's all good. It's the COVID money and we know how that's going to work.
I was remiss in not including item 10 in things that you may want to pull or leave in. Are there other, I see Marcia's hand is up and Kate's hand is up. Marcia?
I would like to pull 10.2 and 10.3 and 10.4. I guess 10.4 might not be just a clarification. So I was going to call it a question, but now that we've had that discussion.
Okay. Okay. So the consent calendar runs through.
What about Kate? Did you?
Yeah, Kate is also on here.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to chime in that I wanted to be careful because it can be really easy when there's a consent agenda item that we have public comment on to accidentally miss that. And so I just want to be sure that Marcia has pulled that item, that 10.3, I believe, that we do have, I think, public comment on. So, oh, sorry, 10. Okay. For both of those, but for the turf one in particular, I want to be sure we take the public comment at the appropriate time.
Right. Other indications of things to be pulled?
I have something, Trustee Haslam, is that there is a clarification or editorial change we need to make on 9.1 on the stipend. The wording came out as spring 2021 semester classroom instruction. Instead, the wording should be spring 2021 semester classroom preparation. So there was a
typo.
Yeah.
Okay. So with that modification, we are looking at approving or placing on the consent calendar items 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3, 8.4. We'll leave off 8.5. We'll include 8.6. Feel free to correct me if I misstate. Items 9.1 and 2 on the consent calendar. Item 10.1, register of warrants. Pulled for the moment, item 10.2, 3, and 4. On the consent calendar, 10.5, 10.6. Is that a common understanding? All right, do I hear a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? I see none. Unanimous consent. Okay, we go back to 8.5 and ask Veronica to clarify the point that you wanted to clarify.
Yes, so I want to know the cost analysis to this and how we are paying for the additional 0.5 TLUs that we're adding to this. And then I was wondering, I see that this is a differential pay structure that's been established for fall 2019 through fall 2021. So I'm assuming we've already paid for 1920, and now we're just going to be paying for spring of 2021. Going forward, this is something that's going to be negotiated and isn't necessarily going to be the case going forward. So how are we paying? How can we afford to do this is my question. How much is this costing?
So the way I understand it, the way it's been explained to me, and I will defer to Dr. Ralston, this is being handled by load as opposed to additional compensation. But Pamela, can you take a shot at this for me?
Certainly. This one requires us to step back a little bit, but I just want to underscore this is an extension just for spring term because COVID disrupted the research mechanism that was taking place. And so this was a pilot experiment to try to help support the changes that the composition faculty were experiencing in English. Related to AB 705, but also in addition to that, this normalizes a practice that had been in place at the institution that was developed by Jack Friedlander with the English department that had an agreed upon pay differential for composition classes to help support increased enrollment and more a generation of FTES. So when English faculty had more essays to grade, it helped normalize that piece. So there wasn't as much of a cost increase, and Lindsay is going to try to help me track down the numbers for that if we can do that in the course of this meeting. It wasn't as much more of a great expense as expected, but there were a number of pieces that played a role in this change. We used to teach English composition in 3 units. After students had gone through a number of developmental courses and worked their way through, then they landed in English 110. And they took an additional unit of instruction that was supported by the library for information literacy. So students were taking 4 units, we were paying for 4 units, and we had paid students to go through that kind of long developmental road. So the English department redesigned all of their curriculum, and they created a 4-unit English 110 course that tried to help adjust students in who weren't taking that developmental sequence, give them additional support. And then the 0.5 pay differential that had been their practice was codified into this agreement, during which time they were conducting research. We were conducting research on the other side of the table to see if the success rates and the increase in capacity helped support this arrangement or not. And because of COVID, we ran out of time to do that negotiation. So we came back around and decided that 1 more semester would help alleviate some of those constraints, and we could be able to determine if it was effective or not. My memory is that the cost impact was not hugely substantial, but that's not a very effective number for that. So Lindsay, I don't know if we were able to figure that out during the course of being here.
I was able to locate our cost analysis file. Sorry, everyone, we did that over a year ago now, the first time around. So it took me a minute to remember where that was located. Dr. Ralston explained that very well. Another piece to the financial information I have here is that a couple different things happened. The increase in the number of TLUs or units also increases our revenue that we would be bringing in for those courses. So that's a factor in the equation. And yes, the calculations we had actually showed that this was a benefit to the district financially and not an additional expense. Minor in the $100,000 range, but it did not increase our costs. It actually decreased them with the offset to the current English 110 classes and the changes.
Okay, because for this, Pamela mentioned it was some past practice for increased classes from Jack's time, but this actually caps them at 24 students. So you have less students per class, but that's the dollar amount still is matching up.
Right, because the additional units.
The increase. Okay, so that's what I said. This is a great benefit for students. I mean, goodness, if first grade teachers with 27 kids had a cap and they all could sit still like adults. So it's a great MOU that does a lot for students. Maybe in the future with MOUs, if we could attach the cost analysis, because if we're codifying something, then we're tying the district to money. And so I think that that's sort of what raised the flag. So I apologize for not flagging this earlier until this afternoon when I reread it. And I was like, wait a minute, how's this add up? But it does make sense. So thank you for clarifying. And so we're eating up about $100,000, I guess. It's our increase, about 100,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's the other way around. It's a decrease for us, actually. Not
a decrease of 100,000 for the additional year.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so will we get a report or something of how this is going to end up, or are they just going to go back into negotiations and just bring it back to us as we want to put this into contract law?
So Michael's been helping navigate this. We have, we actually already scheduled meetings with the English faculty to be able to talk through what they've learned about this work, whether or not this is working effectively. A piece of the MOU that's outside the cost perspective is whether or not this setup made it difficult for us to offer enough sections to meet student demand. And that's the piece that in many ways has been disrupted by COVID. We moved everything online. We're experiencing a downturn in enrollment. And so we're working through some of those other pieces. So we'll be doing that at the early part of spring semester. And I'm sure the English faculty listening are all thinking about what it is we're going to be able to walk through with each other. So that'll be some pending work.
Are there any?
Excellent. Thank you, you guys. That was thorough. Thank you.
Certainly.
Any other comment on 8.5? Marcia?
Well, first off, I wanted to say, Veronica, I think those were really good questions. And I recognize that AB 705 has been complex and difficult to implement, and then there's COVID and also all those things. What concerns me are a couple of elements: cost, precedent for other types of classes, as Veronica brought up, and efficiency, because we are capping these classes at a level that is below the average efficiency that we need to reach, which is 35 in a class, basically. And it seems to me that this does hark back to some agreements that Jack did, which some of our faculty feel unduly benefit one type of class, and other classes which have essentially as much writing or a great deal of writing don't have that benefit. So I am concerned about the equity aspect of that. And so I'll just circle back to the idea that, yes, it's complex and you guys are working really hard to deal with it, but maybe you could clue us in advance and we could have some discussion about the issues before we move it much further along.
The matter is up for vote tonight, though.
No, this one. I mean beyond spring 21.
Okay. So are there any other comments on 8.5 before I ask for a motion to approve it?
So moved.
Who moved?
Kate.
Okay, Anna moved. Second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion is carried. We move on to 10.2. And that is the ratification of purchase orders. And Marcia, you raised an issue on that one.
Yeah, I raised it only because it is part of the question of making a decision under 10.3 and 10.2, because we have a very large purchase order for field turf in that list. It's not the other purchase orders. And so it's really only the field turf, which goes with the question under 10.3. It's $660,000, I think. 613, excuse me. Right. So probably better to discuss it all together.
Okay.
Okay, so here are my thoughts. We have had a discussion in October on this. Part of that discussion, which I felt was important, was to delay the decision on this, spending this money until after we see the governor's budget in January. I understand that this work would be done in the summer, so I don't think delaying the decision is particularly significant. I'm not suggesting we don't have to deal with this issue at some point. I am suggesting that we try to figure out what it is that we have in the way of money. If we have money in the construction fund, consider that like your Christmas savings account for Christmas presents, but you might lose your job in January. You might actually want to have that Christmas savings account for food on the table instead. So I would feel, first of all, that we need to delay the decision until the next meeting when we see that budget. Second of all, in thinking about this, I started looking at research on synthetic turf. And I found that there are a great many reasons why it appears to me that we should not be doing a synthetic turf replacement. And I would suggest that we look seriously at grass instead of synthetic turf. It's environmentally better for a great many reasons. It's sustainable, which is consistent with our strategic directions, which we adopted just this last March. And as Dr. Goswami mentioned, is going to be heading into our strategic plan. It would end a repeated disposal of a lot of waste, potentially toxic waste, to landfills, which happens every time you replace these artificial turf systems. It's potentially toxic for players. Lead may be a problem with our current field. There was a lawsuit by the California Attorney General against field turf and the other major turf manufacturers because of the concentration of lead in their product. And that was settled in July of 2010. And they agreed to pay penalties and to reformulate their product to reduce the lead. But that would have happened after we installed this current field in 2010. Artificial turf gets extremely, surprisingly hot to the touch under normal temperature conditions, which causes heat injury when people land on it. It causes a heat sink for the environment as opposed to grass, which is good for climate change. It's reportedly less expensive for grass than synthetic turf. And I have yet to see us do a total cost of ownership for the two concepts. I think we need to do that. Also, there are fewer injuries. We talked about injuries. There are fewer injuries on grass, excuse me. The NFL Players Association in September of this year came out and said, we want all of our teams to change the fields to natural grass. They have roughly, well, they have 17 with grass and 15 with artificial turf right now. They did a study on injuries. There is 28% overall higher rate of non-contact lower extremity injuries on artificial turf. Knees, 32% higher, feet and ankles, 69% higher injury rate. So if we are concerned about our students having fewer injuries, we should be doing grass. There is also a major multi-party lawsuit against Field Turf, which is the manufacturer of the that we have the purchase order for fraud and misrepresentation about their products and the quality of their turf products, which has been ongoing since 2017. It's in discovery right now. School districts in California, including Los Angeles and elsewhere in California, are part of those lawsuits. And finally, we don't have the contract terms here. We're being asked to approve a purchase order without contract terms in front of us, so I don't know what they are. And only a piece of the contract with Ono, the installer, and the contract that provisions that concern me particularly are the ones for an indemnity and for liability for the college, protections for the college in the event that things go wrong here, particularly in light of the lawsuits against Field Turf. So those are all reasons that I think we shouldn't be deciding this now, and I would propose that we take a very serious look at switching to grass. One of our strategic goals, strategic directions, our sustainability plan talks about modeling for students environmental sustainability. This is an opportunity to do that.
I'm somewhat remiss in that we had public comment on 10.3, and I think we should hear those public comments. Is that agreeable?
Yes, please.
Okay, can we invite the speakers to come forward and make their pitch? I see.
Hi, everyone. Hi, I'm the Commissioner of International Student Affairs from the Associated Student Government, and I'm here to support the TURF project. We actually talked with the student athlete before, and we understand how important the TURF project meant to them. Like my friend Carson and Lillian also brought some good points before, I believe, and I'm here to bring my perspective. So I think the TURF project will not only help the student athlete to prevent them from being hurt, but also it will be a really good marketing tool for SBCC to attract new students. So I'm the international student studying in SBCC. I remember when I was choosing the city college to study in America, I went over those city college websites and I checked their social media, and I paid a lot of attention to whether the city college invest in its student and care about their students' life quality. I paid a lot of attention to whether the college is willing to invest in the student and is not reluctant to spend on their student. And one of the reasons I chose SBCC is because I think Santa Barbara City College really cares about student life quality. City College provides a lot of services for students and maintain a really good campus environment for students to study in. So I think many students like me from abroad or from out of the California state will think the same. They will like to see that SBCC is a college that is willing to invest in the student. So I think the TURF will be the good marketing tool. And we can also use the TURF to attract new, not new, but the local groups if they want to hold some community events if they want to hold a soccer game, they will be more likely to choose SBCC to be the place where their game will be held if we like renew and renovate the turf and improve the quality of the turf. And I know that during this time, SBCC is in a budget deficit, and we don't have a lot of like funds. But what I'm saying is that like this investment is worth it. This investment is rewarding. Like this turf project will bring like a lot of financial benefits to SBCC in the long run. And it will also leave a good impression on the community if like we renovate the turf for the student. If this community, the people in Santa Barbara come and play in the turf, they will know that. It will be good for our like college image and figure. And I know that the project will be completed next summer, and it will be open for use next spring. I think it's a really good timing because that's when like all the students come back to campus, hopefully, and like a new student will also visit SBCC. So like the new turf, the high quality turf will be a really good welcoming message to the students. Yeah, and yeah.
Thank you so much. Who's next? Charlie, are you next?
I would love to go next.
Yeah, if you can, I'm going to ask you each to keep it down to about 3 minutes. And Jasmine, are you on the clock? Are you keeping time?
I can keep time, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just wrote short little topic. So hello, my name is Charles Biddle. I'm a freshman student athlete here at Santa Barbara City College. Today, I would like to talk about a replacement of the artificial turf at LaPlaya Field, how it is a project we should postpone no longer. Coming from Santa Barbara High School, I am very well aware what it's like to have difficulties and troubles with the field. My freshman year was the only year I was able to play our new Peabody Stadium, field where my family has been playing for 5 generations, as we have lived here for over 120 years. Everyone here is aware of the fact that we desperately need a new turf replacement, as it is more than 11 years old and 3 years past its warranty. The only remaining question is whether we should initiate this process now or delay many more months. As a student, I would often come to the field to work out, try my hardest to stay in shape during this incredibly difficult time. I would come home every night with severe shin splints and agitated joints, which would delay my workouts due to the rehab and rest I required. Even before this virus existed, I was still a high schooler. I would come out and work out at LaPlaya just because of its beautiful atmosphere and location here in Santa Barbara. During these next few months of complete shutdown, we could accomplish this task without putting any heinous delay on our athletic teams or the public. Waiting and delaying this process will only lead to more unnecessary problems and will put further grief on people who have already had to deal with way too much adversity this year. I believe this turf is not only a want for the athletics here at SBCC, but it's a need for the public and students to show that they are welcome here and may use our facilities for their needs without fear of injuries or sores. I'm aware that may not be the case due to the complete shutdown of Santa Barbara County, preventing outsiders from entering our facilities. But if we can get started on this project at a time where no one is making use of our field, we can all have something to look forward to once this pandemic is behind us. Whether it's participating in absolutely our incredible athletics department, becoming a better athlete in person, going on morning workouts, running hundreds before work, or just simply watching our gifted athletes give it their all in the field without a constant fear of injury. That's it.
Thank you.
Of course.
Zach, are you next?
I am next. So I also, like Charlie, wrote a little speech to present to all of you guys today. So hello, my name is Zach Kaitka. I'm a freshman here at SBCC, as well as a participant on the football team. I'm here today to give you guys some reasons why the SBCC athletic field needs to be redone and put in better shape. Here at SBCC in the past, we have had grass fields, but we're not able to maintain the stadium due to the typical wear and tear that comes with a grass field with many sports and classes, which proves that artificial turf is the best form of action. I went to high school here in California at Temecula Valley High School, and played football there for 4 years. My first 2 years on the field was not redone and had very hard turf, and all around just did not look very good, very similar to LaPlaya Stadium. However, the field was redone and brought the stadium back to its former glory and allowed for easier cuts and mobility on the field, as well as fewer abrasions and bruises from the hard turf. The athletic field at SBCC has seen some wear and tear over the years and now has an uneven structure with the different dips that can allow for serious sprains and injuries. LaPlaya Stadium needs an updated renovation simply for the safety of our students. The hard turf that exists on the field today has led to many gruesome cuts and bruises and some serious injuries. The field wouldn't only benefit the football team, but many other classes and sports teams that participate on it. All in all, a renovation of the field will help protect the many Vaquero students that have activities or classes on the field. For a school that has one of the best views in the country, one of the best campuses in the country, and some of the best education at the community college level, I feel like we could strive to have the best stadium that we can possibly maintain. I hope this speech has shown some of the reasons why we need a new field here at SBCC and has helped to sway all of you in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. And Jerning, thank you. And Charlie, thank you. And we return to our debate. And I think Robert was next, and then Kate, and then Lily.
Thank you, Peter. I have a few comments and want to respond to some of the things that Marcia presented, which were really good things to bring up. But first of all, I don't understand the price. I thought last May when we addressed this issue, we were talking about $1.5 million or more. But I see that the contract is $791,000. So is this only one of several contracts in order to complete the project, or has the price gone down since last May?
This order is the other part of it for the turf.
I was asking the administration that question. Could somebody explain that?
Sure.
Yeah,
So yeah, there's two pieces. There's the Ono construction agreement, which is for the installation of the turf. And there's additionally the cost to purchase the turf itself, which is in the purchase order report tonight from Field Turf USA, the $613,000. So it's primarily those two pieces, as well as some architectural fees and engineering fees that will incur as a part of the project, to getting us to the total cost of the project, or around $1.5 million.
So we're still at the same numbers we had last spring, just to be clear.
Yes, Trustee Miller. Ono Construction has extended their current pricing, and so did Field Turf USA after the previous board meetings where these were not passed. After this board meeting, the prices would no longer be locked in. We would have to go out to bid again, and the prices could change and most likely would increase.
Would we be able to get an extension on? I noticed there was a deadline in the letter to the end of the year. Would we be able to ask them to consider extending that another 30, 60 days to give us more time? In other words, we have the governor's budget coming up, and I think it's been wisely suggested that perhaps we should wait till we see that before we make a decision. I'm just wondering, could we discuss extending the deadline for reaching a decision?
These vendors have agreed to extend it through December 31st this time. That's all they've agreed to at this time.
Okay. So let me just say that, first of all, going back a couple of years, I think that when we first discussed the issue of the turf, I think I even raised the question, why do we have to replace it with turf? Why can't we put in grass? Because environmentally, it just makes a heck of a lot of sense to have grass than turf for some of the reasons that Marcia presented. However, grass is not, the comparison of using grass as compared to turf is not, the cost is not immediately apparent. One thing you have to keep in mind with grass is the cost of water. And I have a little bit of experience with the cost of water covering large expanses. And I just off the top of my head think it's going to cost $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 a month for water. That's the one issue we have in California they don't have in northern states, and that's the cost of water to maintain the grass. Secondly, it's not just installing the grass, it's maintaining the grass besides the water. And it requires personnel to take care of the turf. Personnel that are not required, and it's not required if you have turf. So I think we would need a lot more expert analysis to tell us that the grass would be cheaper. I don't know what the base is below the turf. It could be you would have to tear up concrete or asphalt or whatever is underneath that turf, and that could be expensive. So just I think Marcia raised a lot of good points, but I think you have to look deeper to see what the true cost is on a long-term basis. Last May, I was sympathetic to spending the money that had already been allocated for the turf to install it. The need to replace the turf is clear. At least it is to me. I don't think there's any question that we need to replace the turf. We either do it now or we do it next summer, we do it later, but it's got to be done as soon as possible. It's not something we can just put off forever. I voted against it at the time because of the pandemic, which was fairly new at that point. I think our vote was taken in May. Pandemic really started in March. So I have a little different view on that now, that nobody knows for certain when things are going to get back to normal, maybe next summer, maybe next fall. But at least we have enough hope in my mind that I think we should be considering moving ahead with the turf. And it's not just for the football team, it's not just for the soccer team. The turf is used for a lot of different activities, including physical education, and a whole number of other sports. And so I just don't think we can put this off any longer. I'm certainly sympathetic to waiting until we hear the governor's budget. But other than that, my state of mind right now is that I would support going ahead with the turf replacement.
We have, let's see, who was next? Kate was next, I think, and then Lily.
Thank you, President Hasland. I had to laugh at the news that Stanford was playing at the SBCC field because I figured that the team just didn't know Santa Barbara well, given the fabulous new stadium at Santa Barbara High. With really high quality turf. And so I figure, they just must not be paying attention to the K-12 level, because if I had been a Stanford administrator, in the football program, I would have been looking to play there. I appreciate everybody's points. To me, the issue around the budget is, it's kind of it's not really a helpful comparison, because there are things that we have to spend money on to keep the campus itself open. So if we had the plumbing out in a building, we wouldn't shut down the building because we might need the money in some other area of the budget in the future. We just have to keep the campus open. And to me, we are at this point with La Playa Stadium where we have to spend the money to be able to keep it open. And we have a contract that's available to us that expires at the end of December. It is something that just for the growth of the institution that we need to move forward with. So therefore I'm going to support that we go ahead and vote that contract in. I also just want to speak, I think that Trustee Miller brought up some really great points about the cost. Certainly the issue in Santa Barbara Unified, we had one high school that was not, when I started, was not turf, that was grass. And of course, the issue was that we're not a professional or sporting organization. We did not have the funding to maintain that field the way you need to intensively maintain a grass field. And that meant that we actually had many athletes coming forward with broken ankles, with twisted ankles, because they were falling into gopher holes. That was a huge issue. and then just the uneven surface. So I think that, turf is something that you can look at on a basis at a professional level, whether or not it's best to do grass versus synthetic and how much money you're able to pour into it to keep it high quality. I do not think that Santa Barbara City College has the capability to do that in a way. It actually would definitely be less safe for our students to make that switch. So for all those reasons, I'm going to go ahead and support that we move forward the contract. I just have to note that it was particularly lovely to see Charlie Biddle up here speaking. I love seeing all of the students, but Charlie Biddle I had originally met when he was an Adams School Mighty Tiger. So time flies, now a freshman in college.
Yep. I think Lily was next.
Yes. So I am heartened by all my fellow students sticking around this meeting so long just to make their points. I think that's kind of a testament to their dedication to this, how important this field is. Also, I just want to reiterate that we had in less than 2 weeks, we had 1,200 people sign our petition in support of getting a new turf. And I think that it's really, really important to consider that, yes, we are in the pandemic. And this is something like Trustee Parker said, that it's a cost of doing business, and nobody's on the turf right now. I mean, the community is not on the turf right now. So it's an ideal time to renew it. I went down to the turf myself and met with the athletic director, Miss O'Connor, and with several of the coaches. And I saw dozens of groups of students there, doing everything. And every single student that I talked to, that I got to meet with, said that it's hurting, it's causing them injury. And so I think that we can't delay this any longer. And it's also important to consider that, yeah, maybe we could consider grass, maybe that is better for the environment, but I think this is not the first time that somebody has ever proposed that. They probably thought about that 11 years ago when they first installed the turf too. So maybe we can go back to our documents instead of having to rehash this situation. So yeah, we shouldn't delay this any longer. Yeah, please. And I think, my final point will just be that I didn't come to, try to decide whether we should do grass turf or artificial turf. The initial reason for us to put out the petition and the resolution to get all of the support from the students and the staff and the athletics was just to get our board of trustees to say, yes, we need a new turf. So we shouldn't get into the weeds about what we should do and all this stuff, but the big picture is that, yes, we do need a turf. And so I think that's the big idea here. And just as long as we get everybody's support, that's then my dream will come true. So thanks.
Thank you, Lily. Marsha, you were next.
Lily, I recognize we need to do this at some point. What concerns me is a number of things. One is that when people lobby for a particular improvement, the board has to look at all of the things that demand our attention. For example, we talk about this as a classroom. We have also on our agenda a rejection of a bid for the culinary department remodel, because it cost more money than we wanted to spend. But the amount of money that it cost in excess of what we had hoped to pay is far less than the turf. So the culinary department is not going to get their remodel as they had hoped. They're going to get something else, I guess. And the turf will get the money. That's just one example. We have a physical science building with labs that need renovation. We have all kinds of classrooms that really need help. So there's multiple classrooms, and it's hard for people to see how to balance those out. And seeing next year's budget, in my mind, helps us see what we're going to be able to do and what we can't do. Now, I do support that we need to get to the turf project. It's my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Lindsay, but it's scheduled for next summer. Is that correct?
That's correct. It is scheduled for next summer.
So it's scheduled for next summer. So when I say wait until January to see the budget, I'm just saying wait so we have more time to figure out what there is to do. Also, I'm saying, why not do that analysis, that cost analysis Robert was talking about? I mean, we use recycled water. I don't know what the recycled water costs are. I have seen no cost analysis of grass versus turf. I understand Kate has experience with that, but I think the assumptions we would want to make is, yes, we can keep this up. We can take care of it. We don't let it turn into gopher holes. What does that cost? The analyses that I have seen, thank you, Google, are that it's cheaper to do grass. So I just feel like we should do that rigorous analysis rather than put in tons, literally tons of petroleum product and crushed tires and toxic things like that to be played on rather than real grass. I mean, we are the birthplace of the environmental movement. Why are we not thinking about these things more carefully? That's my pitch. Take this time. Now, Lindsay, you mentioned that the bid was good until the end of this month. I talked to Dr. Goswami about that earlier this week, and it's my understanding we haven't asked them to extend, and that we certainly could. There's no reason to prevent us from asking, give us another 30 days.
You're correct, we can ask.
So Dr. Goswami, would you like to weigh in on this? You're
muted.
Yes. I think this is a topic where we need to just fish or cut bait. I don't see the connection between the governor's January 10th or whatever announcement he's going to make with what we're going to do with the turf. So the reason it's here, one is certainly, the bid is coming to an end of the extension. But more than that, it is something our students need. It is something our students need, and we need to put in process this from delaying. I don't know where the grass versus turf, that debate has gone on for years, and grass is expensive. You cannot maintain grass with the intensity of use that you have, but that we have at our institution. If we have grass model, if we go for a grass model, then we need to buy another 200 acres so that we can have 7 or 8 fields, so that you use one field for 1 week, give it 2 weeks to rejuvenate, and move on to the next field, and so on and so forth. So when you cannot use grass intensively the way you're using the turf field right now, where it's literally one after another. Every hour something happens. You can't do that in grass. So obviously, I mean, as difficult it is to say, I am environmentally conscious, but we don't have the space to do grass and do all the programs that we want to do in a field. So that's why it's here in front of you. This right now is because it is something that I feel we need to move forward with, because I need to know where the trustees are. If they don't want to support it, then we'll go in a different direction. And that's why it's here in front of you. We have a good price. So I like to move ahead with planning as to what we will do with the PE, because this is literally you're not deciding on the turf, you're deciding on the PE program, and our students need the turf. Simple as that. It is hurting people.
Dr. Goswami,
we wouldn't have the same debate if we had to have $1 million replacement for a chemistry classroom, chemistry lab. If EPA says here's a fume hoods, you have to change it and make it something else, yeah, we would go ahead and we have to replace it.
Okay. I was intrigued by the letter that came from the Stanford folks, especially the paragraph that said that the turf business has evolved enormously, and that it's now likely that we would be able to get it at half the cost that we otherwise had received it, or earlier received bids. Is that possible? Have we looked at that possibility?
I think our last project, turf project, was about $2.5 million. So now we're doing it for 1.5. That was 11 years back.
Okay, but you're convinced that this is the best price that's available for turf?
We go with bids. So our best price is the lowest bid. So we don't do individual negotiation with companies to figure out what can be a lowest price. So I cannot honestly say whether it's the lowest price, but our process is that we go for bids and we go with the lowest bid, and that's what we have.
Okay. Jonathan has not had a chance to speak, and he had his hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe offer a compromise because I personally see the value in waiting for the governor's budget. I also supported moving forward with this back in October, but compromise, and I want to respect the companies who are doing this, but I also want them to too. We're not in a great budget situation either. So can we do something where we can give a preliminary approval and then that gives the companies a confidence, like, okay, give us a little extension. We voted in confidence, but we're not making a final say. We say we're almost yes. And then if something is drastically terrible in January, I really don't know. I voted yes last time to move forward, but I'm not feeling confident about where things are. Then we would scale back. But if things are looking at about the same or better, then we can go move forward. I just think it's fair for everyone. Like we gotta be fair to the contractors. We should also be fair to ourselves and our budget. So and also it just sounds like if this is gonna happen in summer anyways, if something happens on December 17th or January 12th, doesn't sound like it's gonna really affect things. It just sounds like a bureaucratic issue right now, not a like the timing of when we approve this. So if we just wait till January and we just tell the companies right now in our board meeting, we vote in a way to give them that confidence, we might be just, saving ourselves a lot of problems on all ends.
Thank you. Veronica, you had your hand up, and then we'll go back to Marcia.
Thank you, Peter. Anna, you're just joining us, but so my position remains the same. My view on the athletic department is it's a student success program. That's the biggest classroom that we have. Our most recent initiative in our athletic department has been with Samsung, looking at diabetes. I believe Newshawk or the Independent wrote that Santa Barbara County has a higher mental health issues than even the state. So when people have been cooped up in their house, what a gift to our community to be able to have a facility that is not just a track, it's a teaching facility. And that to me is at the heart of this project. It's about safety and well-being, that you can get the quality of instruction and learn about your health through our athletic department and our PE program that we offer. When I was in my 20s, I couldn't afford the nice gyms or Pilates studios we had in Santa Barbara. And my entry point into physical fitness and knowing how to take care of myself and my body was through Santa Barbara City College. And that to me is what's at the heart of this. I'm ready to move to approve this. I feel like this is the third time it's come to us. I would think that it's evidence of negligence on the board when we have an accreditation visit coming up under heading of facilities that we are saying we had an opportunity to renovate a classroom and we neglected to do that. And so I feel that that is my duty as a trustee to look at these different accreditation standards to make sure that the health and well-being of the college is being put forth. And so I would encourage all of us to move forward, because yes, it's going to give us the amazing, team spirit in sports, but really at the heart of this, it's a student success program. We run an amazing program. We have amazing outcomes, and the health and well-being that it's going to provide the community and our students, to me, it's a no-brainer. So I'd encourage you guys to support it. Marcia, you brought up really good points, and I want to trust that our faculty has looked at maintaining a grass, especially with the way the sea level is and the way just the dynamics of our campus location is near the ocean. So with that, I mean, I want to move to approve if we can.
Marcia, I think you were next, and then Jonathan.
Lindsay, do we have a total cost of ownership analysis here for 20 years worth of
turf versus grass?
Yeah.
No, we do not have a total cost of ownership for turf versus grass. What we know about the grass, and the reason why we moved to turf, is that the grass field was completely dirt because of the overuse of the field. And that's why we decided to move to turf, just like many of the local high schools are doing as well.
And when did that occur? That was before you were here.
Yes, ma'am. But I've heard about it. Yeah, we moved to turf many years ago.
And do you have documentation on what that one cost?
On the original turf field, I do not have documentation on that. I just have the last one that was installed, well, the current one that was installed, the number Dr. Goswami quoted earlier being $2.5 million.
But that was a track redo as well. There was a total redo at that point, including it wasn't just the turf.
That is correct. And this particular construction that we're looking at doing is not exactly what we did last time either. It doesn't include the track like you're saying, but it does include a change in the irrigation system, the drainage system, to a more updated system that can hold higher weight values. So this project is not identical to the previous project either. So it is hard to compare them apples to apples.
And is there a reason that we have to approve it now and then wait until doing it in the summer? 6 months wait? I mean, what are we doing in the meantime?
We do need a long lead time for Field Turf to actually create the turf for us. They have to make it for us. So we do need to have this done at least 4 months before the summer to do it. They have to make it. And then we also need to get scheduled with Ono Construction for them to be prepared to do it over the summer. Otherwise, they'll be booked doing different projects.
Field Turf is a huge corporation. It's a European corporation with Canadian and US subsidies, and sells millions and millions of dollars of this turf. I can't believe they're manufacturing it on a one.
They absolutely do, Trustee Croninger, with our logos in it and our names on it and our lettering on it. Absolutely. It is special, custom made just for us.
That part I understand.
Okay. I think, Anna, you're next.
Thank you. I was at the October meeting when this issue came up, and Veronica, thank you for that sort of introduction to some of these issues that have been ongoing. And I thought everybody made some really, really good points. Marcia, the idea of the contract was one that struck me, wanting to see some of the details. When I heard the discussion in October, I was more on the wait and see, because for me, it was like, as you guys were talking, it was like, well, are there going to be layoffs? And are we talking about turf versus, people? And, and I was more in the camp of, well, let's just wait and make sure that we can take care of the people. And then with the issues around COVID and classrooms, and then I started to think about things a little differently, because I realized that an outdoor space, and then when President Goswami was talking about the PE, and that sort of rang true for me in terms of more than just the turf, but all of the uses that it's getting. I started to think about how, as another classroom space and the need to be outside, the fact that you can get it done without inconveniencing anybody because we are in lockdown. I'm more now leaning towards the fact that It's an expense that should happen, that's going to happen at some point. And so I'm leaning towards doing it. If it's been something that's been circulating this long and people are, the arguments on both sides are really good, but I think this COVID moment means acting while the conditions are so favorable in many ways. On the other hand, I'm convinced by some of these questions too. So that's where I am.
It seems as if we are at a point where we might take a vote, that there's no new information to be added. Am I correct about that?
Could I make one more point?
Yeah.
So I just want to speak to some of those things that the money is already set aside in the construction budget, right? So it's not going to be taken away from anything else. And also something that Trustee Croninger mentioned earlier is that, yes, we're not making improvements to the culinary arts programs because there's not money in the budget for those things. But when it comes down to the culinary arts programs or whatever it is, there's not thousands of people in the entire community who are using their facilities. We have the entire athletic department who does bring revenue into our school. And the turf is like a mode of revenue also because we can rent it out. And then also it's open to the community. So that's the only thing I wanted to say.
Okay. I'm thinking that, Anna, did you want to add something?
No, I just needed to lower my hand. No, thank you.
All right. I believe we're ready for a vote on items 10.2 and 10.3. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, they go together. You're not going to have one without the other. Is there an indemnity provision and a liability protection for field turf, Lindsay, in the purchase order?
Yes, they signed our normal, they will be signing after approval here tonight, our standard purchase order contract that has all the indemnity information in it, yes.
And liability protection?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think the debate has been good. You have been civil. You have applied the ethics norms that we have stipulated to. And I think it's time for a motion to approve item 10.2 and 10.3.
So moved.
Robert, is there a second? Veronica seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it.
And by that, I mean, I want to wait till January.
I understand.
Not that I don't ever want to do this.
Okay. The other item that was pulled was 10.4, rejection of the award of construction services agreement for the culinary kitchen remodel. Dr. Goswami, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I'll let Lindsay give more details because she has more details than me.
Lindsay, what do you think?
Sure, yeah. I'm not sure what the question is, but I'll take a stab at it. So first of all, to piggyback on previous comments in the last conversation about culinary, this project is not funded through our unrestricted general fund or our construction fund. This is funded completely separately through a restricted fund, which is the Strong Workforce Fund. So it has nothing to do with our general funds. There are funds available for this project. What happened was we designed the project. We had some really brilliant, wonderful ideas that were just a little bit too expensive. And even the faculty, the department chair, the dean involved said, well, that sounded really nice. We went out to bid. We didn't realize it would be nearly that much. It was an internal decision to pull back and review the scope and take a look at a different way to do it, just to preserve the funds available in that budget. And so that's my summary of it.
Does that answer your question, Marcia?
Well, my point is more that, as I understand it, we had a budget of $500,000 for it out of the workforce. And that means somebody else will pay for it, not our general, unrestricted general fund. But in this case, we could make up the difference if we chose to do so from our construction fund. There's nothing that says we can't. In the same way that we just chose as a board to use construction fund money, which is in fact general fund unrestricted money, could be used for people to save jobs, could be used for facilities. We could use it for the culinary. So in rejecting these bids, we are in fact saying, no, we're not willing to do that or spend that money, our general fund money.
Yeah, go ahead.
Trustee Croninger, it was a staff and administration decision to not move forward with this. We really think it's fiscally prudent for us to take another look at the scope, including even the department itself. It prefers that we don't move forward with this and that we utilize our funds in the best way we can, and we can still get what we want to get with the remodel.
Okay, I appreciate that you're trying to save the money and not spend it. I'm just saying we're making choices.
Correct. Do I hear a motion to approve 10.4?
So
Move to approve. Kate moves second.
Kate and Veronica. Further discussion? No. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, nay? Okay, the motion passed. I saw a last second hand from Anna. Did I miss something?
Yeah, I did want to mention something. I think someone was saying about the percentage of community use to the culinary versus the turf. And one of the things that I was thinking about is, how the restaurant business is going to rebound after COVID. And again, like I was thinking that it would be a good time to be ready for that new revival, when we get over this, and we will be getting over this. But I also realized from Lindsay's discussion about it was also the department that wants to step back. So that's what convinced me to not go into a full on.
My understanding is not that the project is terminated, is that further.
Exactly. So I'm fine. But I just wanted to say that there's I want to sign up for culinary classes, but yes, I definitely see that, this is I support the decision to postpone.
Then we move on to 11.1. Forgive me if I'm pressing. I know you're going to yell at me if I don't press, so I'm pressing. 11.1 is a report of sabbatical outcomes by Stephanie Dotson. I wonder if Stephanie is still with us. Stephanie is there.
I'm here.
Terrific.
I was waiting for that magic to happen. Okay.
We do magic here.
They're pretty good at that. All right. So should I just go?
You go.
Okay, I'm going to go, and I will try to make this thorough and brief, but not too brief. Okay. All right. So for my sabbatical, I propose to create video content for online instruction. So I will be presenting on this. The first image is from my face-to-face classroom. And in addition to creating video content that would be used to supplement face-to-face instruction, it would solve a number of problems, not the least of which is dwindling tutor budgets, but also could online instruction be used to kind of like forge a hybrid model. Now I know it's really weird in 2020 to talk about what we were thinking about online instruction in 2019. So there's a little bit of kind of like disconnect between the proposed model and the outcomes, but the outcome ended up being much greater than what was proposed. So the proposed outcomes were to view content, find a good model for what works, work with the FRC to identify good software. The bulk of it was just creating these videos, and then finally implementing videos in Canvas with quizzes. So the outcome, First one is finding something that really works in online instruction. And for the most part, when you look through YouTube and you try to find useful, especially for studio art demonstration, there's not a lot of really good quality content. But this particular site, ArtProf, this is created by a woman named Clara Liu, and she teaches studio art at RISD, which is Rhode Island School of Design. It's a great studio art school. So this entire site is a resource, not just for students, but for studio art instructors. So this kind of became my model for what I would kind of use as the gold standard for what I could accomplish in a studio art demonstration. Outcome number 2 is choosing the software. Everything had its advantages and limitations. Working with Rob Brown in the FRC, this is an image of it down here. I ended up with Adobe Rush. Adobe Premiere is a little bit too much. iMovie is not enough. So it's kind of like the Goldilocks thing. Adobe Rush was just right. And a real solid perk of it is that every single faculty member has access to the complete Creative Suite. So any faculty can download Rush on their computer for free. And I just found out this week that students have access to this too. So, you know, just within the last couple of days, I'm probably going to be implementing this into my classes, having students creating time-based pieces using Rush. And outcome number 3, the bulk of my work during sabbatical was working with the help of Jeff Barnes. And with him, I created about 25 professionally recorded videos. He was kind enough to come to the printmaking studio with me on Fridays and follow me. It was really important to do printmaking because this is a class that I've taught every semester, multiple sections of, and I do these demos over and over and over again. And it's not like a lecture where the content will change really quickly. These technical demonstrations remain pretty consistent. So having a record of it professionally recorded is really worth the time. And as well, my studio is in several different locations, so he was able to follow me around. And I should probably take a moment to give a solid shout out to the FRC and the IT department. Both of them are godsends, are completely invaluable to both this sabbatical and any ongoing process where I'm working with technology that I don't completely understand. So in addition to demos that I recorded with the assistance of the FRC, it was also important to me to kind of like navigate doing the same content with my iPhone. So what were the demos that could remain stationary? How would I set up a tripod, record it with my phone, but still use the same editing software? With the Adobe Rush that I'm using, that particular software really easily allows me to annotate. So I have this complete YouTube printmaking channel that houses about 25 demos right now. And each of them are edited down, sped up where they need to be, slowed down where they need to be. The camera's focused where it needs to be. And in addition, there's ongoing annotation that reinforces important content. And so this was immediately, it's horrifying to me to spend a semester of my life looking at videos of myself, but anything for class. The work was immediately useful, not just for me and for class, but adjunct instructors. We had some early kerfuffles with some switching of instructors. So instructors stepped in without the benefit of having a chance to kind of like get used to the process in the lab, figure out where things were. And during my sabbatical, I was able to reorganize kind of like my shooting schedules and provide content to the instructors early on in the class. So they were able to use them to train themselves in the studio and provide them to students who wanted to review the content. And then finally, each video is accompanied by a bank of questions and put in my Canvas course. So this is a little glimpse of my home studio. This is now my classroom. This is where I'm sitting right now, and where I encounter lots of unexpected issues. in addition to learning kind of like the basics of editing and recording studio demonstrations, the amount of work that takes to move enormous files from your phone to your computer to the editing software to YouTube to Canvas requires a whole additional skill set that I didn't expect to spend so much time on. And again, back to the FRC and the IT department, a lot of time spent with them. And I realized that I have a computer that's a normal person computer that's meant to do normal person stuff. And people who do video stuff have different computers. So it's just learning that there's a lot of extra diligence that's required as you navigate just the capability of your technology. Again, normal person computers like I have are just not built for what I was asking them to do. So again, just moving a lot of information around and then just having to understand the basics of technology, how computers work, which is nothing, I think I've actively rejected learning that just to save space for learning editing or something else. So I frequently do encounter the limits of my own technology. I'm not a very patient person, but now that I'm aware of these limits, I can plan for them in advance. And in normal times when we're not working so quickly to create content so immediately before we're teaching, I think I'll be able to avoid a lot of those pitfalls. So unexpected perks, it's just like, I don't know, I feel like a psychic genius for proposing a sabbatical to record online content months before a global pandemic. It has been, I couldn't teach the class that I'm teaching if I didn't have these skills. I couldn't teach it in the way I'm teaching it if I didn't have these skills. I've had excellent feedback from students, and I'm able to teach basic studio processes. Now, that first image was from my printmaking lab. That's something that I'm not able to do 100% remotely, but I am able to teach basic studio art fundamentals and things like mixing paint, doing some basic editing, and the assignments that I lead them through. You know, if you've seen one episode of Nailed It, you know how there can be a major disconnect between just giving somebody instructions and then telling them to go do it, but showing gives me a lot of flexibility to offer more extensive content. And so finally, outcome number 4 is using video content in Canvas. This is one of my current classes, and so this is what it looks like. You have a lecture, a link to a lecture, but you always have a video of assignment before a lengthy description of the assignment. So you get 2 of them. You read the assignment and you watch the video. More unexpected perks. I'm able to offer my classes asynchronously. And I know a lot of people, a lot of parents right now don't have the luxury of being able to offer synchronous online classes because I'm also, you know, managing the 2nd grade inside my house. So being able to record on my schedule and then offer demonstrations asynchronously helps my schedule, and from the feedback I've had this semester, helps a lot of student schedules as well. And in my physical absence, a lot of videos for promotion. I'm not able to promote my classes. For certain classes like drawing and painting, you know what to expect for them. But for a class like Art 140, Intro to Studio Art, it really helps to have video content that kind of leads a student through the content of the class. So videos for Art 140, take an art class, a video for Study Abroad. I also realize I have a very specific aesthetic right there. And then more perks is just, there's a real learning curve for editing and just kind of stepping into this basic software and learning more content. I'm already looking at the work that I did in sabbatical and it seems kind of rusty. But as I became more kind of confident with Rush, stepping into additional software like Spark that I created this lecture on, free software, Filmora, iMotion. It all looks like really familiar territory. So I'm able to explore additional software to start making additional videos, software that might, well, right now it's just kind of helping me when Rush freezes, but everything has its benefits, special things that it can do that other software cannot do. So to conclude, my work during sabbatical and largely reinforced by the emergency switch to online learning, it's kind of taken the sabbatical. It was really straightforward. I wanted to learn how to make these videos. I wanted to create them, and I did. But the kind of the open variable part about it, which is stepping into online, a hybrid environment for a studio class like printmaking that really does need the connection during the lab process to kind of navigate a student through the nuances of working with the medium, that the hybrid classes are not only possible, but ideal. And I think we've taken almost all of our studio classes and entered them in curriculum and have proposed to offer them hybrid in addition to offering them face-to-face. And there's a lot of benefits of that. And that is the end of my proposal. I tried to go fast because I assume that's
Thank you. Thank you.
but I'm open to any questions or just like.
Okay. Are there questions?
Lily.
Okay.
May I? Hi.
Hi, Lily.
I want to speak to your psychic geniushood as a student who just completed one of your classes. You did an amazing job, especially compared to a lot of my other art classes that I'm taking. Yeah, the videos really, really make a huge difference. So.
Oh, you just made this presentation so good.
Yeah, thank you.
No, and
really
Lily sent me a
difference.
really lovely email early on, and I had to credit the being fortunate enough to be offered a semester to be able to work on this. In addition to doing the work and just like taking the compliment, I would not have had time to explore this without having this sabbatical.
Okay. I'm assuming nobody got paid in that last transaction.
Grades were submitted on Wednesday, so we're good.
Good. Other questions of Stephanie? I see no hands up. Oh, there's Marcia.
I noticed you had a reference to a YouTube channel for printmaking. Does that mean your videos are on that channel?
Yeah, yes.
Anyone to see?
Well, they're unlisted, which means you have to have the link to be able to access them. And that's still something that I'm navigating. I don't want anybody to be able to Google my name or my class and stumble upon them. So that's what unlisted protects me from. But if somebody does have that link, if a student has that link, they could keep it and use it again, I guess.
Yeah, that's right.
I was just thinking that it would be fun to see them. That's all.
Oh, yes. And I because this is a Spark presentation, and I'm assuming there's a link to it in the board minutes or document, each of the videos were a link that you can click on and watch. So if you get this document and you just click on my YouTube channel, it'll take you right there. Otherwise, I can send it to anybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. That's a very interesting presentation. I kind of wish I was back in school taking art.
Well, you can just watch the videos. It's cool.
No.
Give you the link.
Okay, thank you so much. And we move on to item 11.2, 2020 Strong Workforce Update.
Pamela and Alan Price will give you the update.
Great, and I'll do a very quick introduction just to remind you that last year you got a chance to hear from Dean Dr. Alan Price, who did a larger, more historic overview of strong workforce programs so that you could see the context of what that looks like. And this year we've invited him back to do a very brief update on where we stand with the projects and the work that we've been doing. So I'm happy to be able to have him here. Hello, Alan.
Hi, Pamela, and good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Goswami. Thank you for the opportunity to come back to this time. Before I jump in, this is a question now to our IT support team, Clyde or Oren. Any chance of pulling up my slides? Oh, you guys are great. All right, let me see if I can move these things around and have control to it.
It's the wrong slide, I believe.
That's it.
No, that's not the one.
Unless we're going to ask Alan to walk through all COVID issues.
I will be happy to.
There we
go. This one looks a little bit more fun. Thank you, Clyde. I appreciate that. And the control, Clyde. There we go. All right, well, good evening. And let me just start off and say on behalf of CTE programs that I serve and support, I want to congratulate Everett. We're so happy that you're here. And also Trustee Miller and Trustee Giago for coming back to us. We're happy that you remain as part of the Santa Barbara family. And also recognizing our new leadership with President Haslund and Vice President Parker. We look forward to working closely with you as we move into the rest of this academic year and on. I'll try to make this brief. We had an opportunity, myself and Luann Swanberg, who is the director for our region, the South Central Coast Regional Consortium. We came together about a year ago, and during that time, we had an opportunity to really drill into the Strong Workforce Program, the benefits that it's provided. We highlighted some of the projects that we've invested in, and that touched upon the areas of the automotive technologies, marine diving, early childhood education, Orphala Early Learning Center, and a few other projects. So really tonight is just a real quick synopsis of where we are with respect to 2020 to 21 SWP. And I do want to preface that my comments will really be focused on Strong Workforce Program as it relates to the community college system. I certainly, and at the end of my presentation, I welcome the opportunity if questions do come up regarding Strong Workforce as it resides in the K-12 system. So, and bear with me as I try to shift to the next, there we go. So as a recap and really as a summary to provide context to what Strong Workforce is, this is really legislatively driven funds. It started in 2016. So we're now in our 5th year of Strong Workforce as it resides at the community college system. At the K-12 system, they're in their 3rd year. And really it was driven by, and of course the state uses words like social mobility, trying to fuel regional economies with skilled workers. But really what it comes down to is a recognition that there is a gap in the employment demand for middle skilled jobs, many that can be filled from various CTE programs, and the supply that fed up to them. So the state legislature has been gracious enough to establish a Strong Workforce Program. They allocate a given amount of money each year for the purpose and point of serving CTE. And really we have a goal. It's a goal to either bring more students into the CTE pipeline and or to improve the quality of the CTE programs in general. And that's typically measured with things like completion rates, wage gauge changes and so forth. But at the state level, it's been holding about $248 million coming down from the state to 7 regions. We are one of 7. Our region spans 8 community colleges that covers from Antelope Valley all the way up to Cuesta. And with that, we get an allocation of about $10, $11 million per year. And then that's subdivided back into the individual colleges, which the way it's set up and structurally, it's typically a 60-40% split. And how I like to think about it is in terms of buckets. I look at it as funding buckets, 3 particularly, We have one bucket in our local share, and which is the 60%, but we also have two other buckets that fall under the regional side, and what we often refer to, at least here in our region, as a local regional share, which is funds that are allocated to a local campus, but must have a support for projects that benefit two or more colleges. And another bucket within that regional slice is there to support projects that truly cut across the region as a whole. And a perfect example of that is the regional funding of a position that we have at our campus. It's a position that's funded at each campus in our region. And the region itself calls this position a job developer. Well, we at Santa Barbara City College, we have titled that position CTE Internship and Job Placement Specialist. And this is a person that really is working on the front lines to build the relationships out with our local employment base, but also to be a point person and a facilitator to help move the student from graduation out into the employment side itself. Now, as far as the 2021 academic year, we have been allocated, and I'm going to try to switch to the next screen here. We've been allocated about $2.2 million. And within that, it's broken up into two funding streams. We have the local, which is, again, funds that come down to serve direct benefit to the local campus. And that is about 1.3 million. And then on the local regional, we have about 860,000 that's been allocated to us. I do want to highlight that how the funding is set up is we are given upfront a base. And as shown on the table, we have a base of about $1 million at the local side and about 670,000 at the local regional side. But on top of that, and when we start talking about numbers, we often use a 17% number. What the state does is it takes, whether it's on the regional funds that come down or the local funds that come down, it holds back about 17%. And then it reallocates that back based on the success of a college or a district. And that success is really driven by various metrics such as completion rates, wage gauge changes, and so forth. And for us, we've been holding relatively within this area of about 290,000 at the local side each year. And I do recognize that Dr. Reese provided a summary of our success metrics, I believe, in the last board meeting. But for this academic year, we have identified a number of projects. And how we go about identifying projects, it's really a collaboration between the faculty, the CTE faculty, the department leaderships, and the administration, primarily 3 CTE deans, but certainly served and supported by Dr. Ralston, who oversees all of ed programs. And through this process, we identify our need. Now, on this table, we've identified, and this is the direction we've taken as far as the funding allocation for our direction for this academic year. And I do want to highlight how the table is structured. Is we do have a title, we do have an area of where it's going to be supporting, that's listed as a CTE program. But we also identify the benefit or the direct benefit, whether it's on the people side as in a position, or if the funds are going to support an infrastructure or a program support side, the cost or the award that's been given, and any comments that might be associated with that project. As mentioned in the last presentation that I gave to the board, one of the things that I'm most proud of, and that I think Santa Barbara City College did a great job, is approaching strong workforce from the perspective of how do we get the greatest benefit for a college. And it's really a recognition that our college and CTE programs in general faced a very difficult time in the sense of limited resources, and thereby what we came across is a lot of our infrastructure, a lot of our support services, and equipment included, was outdated. So we made a conscious decision up front in the early stages of Strong Workforce that we were going to turn a lot of our spaces around to improve the learning environment for our students. That said, we recognize that there were and there are critical positions, a need for people to be able to serve and support CTE across the board. And for us, that it comes down to 3 positions as listed on this table. I will highlight, though, that represents about 25% of our total expenditures each year. And in comparison, there are some districts that have taken the opposite approach, and they're tied into about 80–85% of their strong workforce locked into personnel, which in times of question in terms of the funding that's coming down from the state, which we faced this past July with the potential of losing 60% of our funding, the impact in those times or those periods would certainly hit them a lot harder than us. So that we do have 3 positions, one that serves and supports our nursing programs in terms of a lab coordinator. We also have a person that's working in the front lines to help move curriculum along, not only in the non-credit side, but also in the credit side. And this is a CTE curriculum specialist. And we also have a person that works in the front lines who really represents someone that is going to help us to be able to understand where our CTE students are today. Everything is metric driven. We have to know how many are graduating, where are they employed, how are they doing in their employment, or have they transferred? And we have a person in the institutional research side that does that, plus also represents a person that is the point person for helping us as a college to understand the changes in the labor market that's occurring in our immediate region. Now, as far as the projects that we've set aside for focus for this year, and recognizing that strong workforce is, and it has been changed to a 2-year cycle, that being the funds that we received this year, we have 2 years to spend on. We are moving forward with a couple of the projects. And the first and foremost is we're going to invest $15,000 in environmental horticulture. And this was really driven by COVID. More of our students are conducting their classes online. There was a need for checkout instructional supplies to be provided, gardening tools, soil sampling devices, etc. So we're going to be procuring about 40 individual kits that we'll be checking out to the students, and while they're going through their instructions at home or online, they'll be able to better serve and support their learning. And then, of course, when we come back on campus, those items will be then reallocated back out to the students in an online on-site space. Another project that we will be moving forward with is with a upgrade of one of our high-end computer labs. This is a lab that serves and supports primarily the media arts technology, but also graphic design, film and TV production, as well as photography. And this highlights a project that I believe represents an opportunity that not only benefits the program, but it also benefits the college as a whole. We obviously have a tight budget. Our fantastic folks over in our IT department have to make some very difficult decisions on how to utilize the resources, the limited resources that they have with their budget. And they're not in a position right now to take care of particularly the upgrade needs at this moment in time for this lab space. So that's where a strong workforce is going to come in. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through a 1/3 replacement cycle. 1/3 of the computers replaced this year, 1/3 next year, 1/3 the following year, such that within 3 years, this lab space will be completely updated, all technologies matching current needs that we see being demanded by industry. And then it is our hope that the college as a whole will be in a good position that they can retake perhaps, or at least consider retaking the refresh cycles necessary for labs such as this. Another area that holds a lot of promise and that we're just starting to explore, and that's with the award of $115,000. And that is in the non-credit side. And that's looking at building out, expanding out a non-credit medical academy. Now in non-credit, we have some robust non-credit short-term vocational programs that touch upon the health field, primarily medical assisting, restorative nursing, but also most recently with a recertification, our EMT recertification program that has been moved over to non-credit. But we feel we can do more. We have an opportunity with the demographics that doesn't necessarily come directly to the credit side. We feel that we have an opportunity to reach more by building out a greater opportunity in the healthcare side And hence, we're going to start exploring such ideas. And I say this with a big asterisk because it's just an exploration at this point. Looking at the questions of, does it make sense to move a credit CNA or a credit EMT out to a non-credit? Or does it make sense to build out a separate entity of both CNA and EMT, as well as maybe other programs, and then have those bridge back to the credit side? We're going to be asking those questions. We're going to be bringing together subject matter experts to be able to answer those questions. And then we hope, or we anticipate, that we'll have a broader knowledge base that we can then start making the next step decisions. And hence, part of the 115 or the 115K that's been awarded to this project is the possibility that we may have to augment or build out a bigger space or update the space that we have with newer equipment. And hence, we'll be able to do that with this project. The other area that we're moving into.
Hey, Alan, you're running too long.
All right, I'll try to speed up through here. So the next one, the next two, I'll group it in this. I'll group it with the next four then. We have a CNA lab upgrade of about $300,000. We're looking to build out a new CNA or computer networking engineering lab. And this is to recognize the combination of CNA, CIS, and COMP that has recently merged together. We're also going to be looking, or I should say relaunching, the plans that we originally started with upgrading our RT lab. We had that on place last year, but because of COVID, we're going to go ahead and relaunch that back in for this year. And then, of course, on the regional support side, we're going to be extending our contract with 3 other colleges to provide LinkedIn Learning as well as JobSpeaker, which is a social connective platform to bridge students to employers. We're going to be engaging in that contract and providing that service to our students. I do want to just highlight a few things on the culinary kitchen upgrade, especially since it did generate a lot of questions. And this is a project that we started last year, but it came back in the process that the cost overage of the project was just higher than what we expected. We wanted to be prudent. We wanted to drive this through funds that were not taken from the college as a whole, the general budget, but to be able to do this with grant funds, primarily Strong Workforce. And as a result of what we've discovered through a bid process, that it was just not going to happen. And hence, that was the reason that you saw the posting today on today's agenda. But since then, we have regrouped, we rescoped, and we are moving forward with this project. And you will see, and it's hopefully our timeline that we'll be able to meet. You'll see the plans in terms of a new bid, which will happen next month. And hopefully the results of that bid process will hit February, and we can start building out or start the construction process in March to have this lab available for August. Now, the next slide, and this is just really to provide context of what we're trying to do. This is really going to be a completely new design of a lab space for culinary, new equipment. It's going to help, of course, on the our budget side. By not only reducing our repair bills, which we've had to incur quite a bit just to keep our current space operating, but it's also going to be a space that's going to allow us to have a little bit more capacity. Our current floor plan, the way it's laid out, we're limited to about 16 or 18 students. So when you have a class of 24 students or 36 students, we often have to split the space, and that drives up, obviously, instructional cost. We won't have to do that. We're going to be able to serve more students with a newly redesigned space. But I would say also, more importantly, we're going to have a space that truly is going to benefit not only the faculty, but the students of the culinary program. The next slide is a secondary view of the space. And this really shows the expansion of the lab, but it also highlights the technology that we're introducing into the lab space with flat panel TVs all around, linked up to an instructor space that now the instructor can broadcast his instruction directly to the students versus the old days where 18 students had to huddle over the shoulder of an instructor. I do want to just end this, and it's really the next slide is a recognition that a lot of what I've talked about, what I've mentioned, is really forward thinking. It's really a position of not necessarily where we are today, but where we will be tomorrow, especially when these new spaces become online and they become available to serve and support students. But it's also a recognition that we also work in some very difficult times. COVID is caused a lot of disruption. For some industries, some businesses, and obviously the people, it's a time of despair. And we're seeing that in the employment opportunities across our region. In a recent study that I received that talked about the resiliency of jobs within Santa Barbara and Ventura, we see the unique job postings, which is a measure of how much activity for hiring is going on in an area, dropping by about 15% over the period of August to November. While we see drops, we also see some positive activities that are occurring, and what's listed here is some of the areas that are shown. But it also reinforces what we also see, and that is a drop in activity, and primarily the food industry. And I do want to call out, Dr. Everett is spot on, and I think that really drives where we are, and that is we have to look at a position that COVID we will move past COVID, and employment opportunities will rebound. But that said, we are seeing opportunities currently in CTE. We're seeing an uptick in the construction trades. We're seeing stable employment opportunities in automotive, marine diving, and obviously within our health programs as a whole. So I'd like to say that where we are today and where we will be tomorrow is going to be two different points. And I'm optimistic that those 2 points will be a much better place, very, very soon. So I apologize for the length of time. My last slide really is just a call out for any comments or questions. But before we get into that, if there are any, I do want to again say thank you to all the Board of Trustees for this opportunity. And I know I may forget it, but if I do, happy holidays.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. You mentioned in your final remarks the construction industry, and how is your construction technology program? How is that coming along?
Well, if we go back a year, and this highlights the views of different data as we monitor workforce opportunities. A year ago, construction at the county level was defined as a very high growth area. But it sometimes, when we look at it at the Santa Barbara proper level, it's sometimes masked. We don't have new resident homes being built as an example, but at least a year ago it was defined, it was seen that we have opportunity more on the remodeling side. So to come back to your point, we still see that, but we're actually seeing more opportunity. And if you ask me, it's perhaps driven by the fact that we have a number of people that are staying home. They are realizing that their house needs to be updated. And as such, the investments are being made at the local level, and thereby we're seeing that transition to plumbing, electrical, and of course, general contracting.
Good, thank you. Any questions of Alan?
Peter.
Let's see, I see Anna first, and then Veronica, and then Marcia.
Yeah, well, thank you for your presentation, Alan. That was really great. And it's not so much a question as it is a comment. In addition to the fact that I do believe that down the line we're going to recover, and everybody wants to eat out in Santa Barbara anyway, but people have been doing much more of their learning to cook at home. And there was a report about how many people are doing bread making. I'm one of them who just started. And they said that the supermarkets can't keep in flour because people are making bread. So people are starting to cook more. And, so I do see that even in the short term, that there are these spaces where, the culinary, schools and those programs, can have some resiliency. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
And I think Veronica had her hand up.
Thank you, Peter. Alan, thank you. The funding. So the college funds are all our allied health programs. And so this funding, this is separate. Can you explain the funding? Because I know you have the local and then what comes in regionally, but then the college we fund because we are already running all our allied health programs, right?
Well, from a college perspective, yes, we do, in broad strokes, the college through the general fund covers salaries, benefits, things like that. We do see some grant funded opportunity primarily with the cottage grant and our nursing program where some of the positions are covered through that stream. But in the case of the Allied Health Nursing Lab, as an example, we have 2 people that work in the front lines with all our nursing programs to provide service and support in helping to train the nursing students. One of the individuals is covered by the general fund, and this one position is covered by Strong Workforce. So it's really a braiding of both in providing service to the students.
That's good. And so Westmont just announced their new accelerated nursing BSN that's going to be moving downtown. So are we in conversation with them, articulation agreements or anything, or is that still too early to?
It is early, and we are always looking for opportunities to provide the beyond Santa Barbara City College for our students, and primarily that means a BSN program. So we've set up articulation agreements with a number of the private, Chamberlain be an example, but there are others. And Westmont currently is in the discussion, as well as our continued relationship with the Channel Islands.
Okay, Marcia?
I just
I'm
want
going to ask everybody to be really brief because we're getting to 10 o'clock and people are going to execute me then.
9:23, Peter. So
I know.
I wanted to say thank you, Alan. It's really always great to hear about these programs. What is RT?
Oh, I am so sorry. It is radiography technology. These are the X-ray folks.
Thanks. I could decipher most of the letters, but not quite all.
And I apologize. I recognize the amount of time I shortened it, and I fell back on abbreviations that I use all the time.
So, okay. Any other question? If not, we say thank you, Alan, very much for your presentation. And we will look forward to your next time.
Thank you, guys. Happy holidays.
We move on to 11.3 budget update as of October 31st. Lindsay, I have a suspicion that this may be you.
It is me. Your suspicion is correct. It's so late, I'm ready to throw out a joke that, I have a 3-hour-long budget presentation for us to go through now. Just kidding. You would all be mad at me. If Clyde could share this on the screen briefly, thank you very much. This is very quick, I promise. So it's still very early in our year in terms of having our books wrapped up month by month and being able to present current budget information. So you're seeing a report here that's as of October 31st for this year. So that's still only partway through the year. A little early to be looking at whether or not our numbers are on track with the budget in various areas. But as you all know, primarily our budget is located in the salaries and benefits areas, which are quite precise and usually track pretty close to on budget in terms of our permanent salaries, permanent employees. If you can go to the next page. We updated the way this report looks a little bit in hopes of making it a little bit more clear. So the budget assumptions that we're tracking for this year, we have our 2021 adopted budget assumptions, which are in our adopted budget package that we presented back to the board in September. That report has lots and lots of assumptions listed within it. What we are intending to do here is just to list the assumptions that have either changed or there's some specific note that we want the board and the public to see. So the only items that are listed here are ones that have some sort of an adjustment. That's the reason why this list is shorter. All the other assumptions that you see in our standard adopted budget report are the same to this date. So we just have these few items listed here. Some of them have been in there too, and you all can read this. So I'm not going to go through these one at a time unless you really want to be here till 10:30 at night. So that is all I have here. If anyone has any questions on this one, let me know.
Are there questions? I can't see.
Looks like you have a couple, Marcia and Veronica.
I see Marcia. Go ahead.
Okay. Question number one, total computational revenue, or total revenue. The state has been showing for a while that we have a deficit factor. And for Anna, that means that the state doesn't have as much money in its pot as it theoretically wants to give us or said it would give us. And so at some point they take some of it back. At what point are we going to show that?
We do not typically budget or account for a deficit factor in our budgets because they do fluctuate greatly over the months as the updated budget information rolls in. Also keep in mind that after all of the FTES are finalized, well after the year is over, they do a recalculation adjustment for us every year in which they either give us more money or they could even take it away. That hasn't happened to us in a long time. But because it's such a long process and they do true up our revenues after that extended period of time, we have not typically budgeted for a deficit factor because they don't typically come to fruition or account for a very large dollar amount. So that's not something we have done in the past few years. So we're not expecting to do that.
It's running about $500,000 right now net, that we have less, $500,000 less. But it's my understanding this is a special year that is based on our last year's P1 and our previous year's student success. So the recalc won't do anything.
That is, you are correct. Yeah, that is possible.
So we're really pretty much looking at, how much shortfall there is. And for the last couple of months, it's been $500,000. And then you have in the international and out of state that we're doing better than we thought we might, which is good. Still too early to change assumption. We'll update in February, but it seems to me in our projections, the next item, we've added $1 million in that area. So is that correct? We added $1 million?
I'd like to explain it as a part of the projections because it's really kind of confusing if we try and tie these two pieces together. But when we get to that report, I'll explain it there. I think that is a little clearer so everyone knows what we're talking about.
Okay.
Peter, I was next. And the only comment I have, and which is the only, one of the main things that we've talked about for years. So I looked at the charts, and so I did the math, and I want to throw out percentages because when we do math, you guys do math a little different. But the overall idea here is that when I'm looking at the year-to-date actuals of salaries, the benefit side of the house is what's continuing to be a huge burden on our budget. And so even with a decrease in salaries in 2020 compared to 2019, the benefit side of the house is still up by almost 5% compared to 2019. So we had over 18 million in salaries, 5 million, 5.5 in benefits. So at some point, that's the conversation I want to have at some point when I look at these. I'm always looking at the salaries and the benefits side of the house. We really have to address that. I don't know how we can have a budget conversation or to balance the budget without addressing benefits. It's just exponentially going up, and it's been going up for years.
Veronica, are you looking at the projections with the revisions, or are you looking at the
I'm looking at the
adopted budget
right now, the one that Lindsay has up right now, page 1. So the budget status report as of October 31st, 2020. Thanks. And so it's about the salaries and benefits of 2019 are about 30% to the, the benefits are about 30% to the salaries. And this year we're down 2 million in salaries, but now we're at 34% of just benefits. So that it's just, that's not bringing a balance unless we address. So we need to get that on the table and start talking about that. That's the only way to balance this budget.
That's a really good question. Now that table is based on the adopted budget, isn't it, Lindsay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, the column that's adopted budget. Yeah.
Would some of these things become more clear if we tackle the 5-year fiscal projection?
Some of them, yeah. Some of them, it'd be easier to look back at the 2021 budget is why I was hesitating. So,
yeah.
But
I'm just pushing. Sorry.
Not killing you yet.
Oh, good. This is helpful. Are we prepared to move on to 11.4? I think we are. I hear no objections.
Okay. All right. I wish I could go through this one very quickly, but it is going to take me a minute to explain. So bear with me here. Clyde, can you make it any bigger? Are you able to make it any bigger than that?
Any bigger is an attachment too.
I know. I tried my best to make it as big as I could on a standard piece of paper there. All right, I'll just start describing as he fiddles. So what we have here, as you can see, is 2 different attachments. It's 2 scenarios of 5-year fiscal projections. The scenarios, for the most part, are nearly identical. So we won't need to walk through 2 full scenarios. The primary assumption difference between these 2 scenarios is the credit resident FTS assumption in 21-22. One has the 8% decrease and one has us at a flat 0%. So those are the primary changes with these 2. Almost all the other assumptions you'll see listed are identical. So we can just kind of walk through one of them specifically, and then the other one, we can kind of look at the bottom line. Okay, that is so tiny, I cannot walk through it off of my computer. So I hope you all can open it on your own screens and look at it a little bit better. All right, so starting at the top, looking at the revenue section, the total computational revenue, you can see we have this current year, 2021, and then the next 2 years, there's 3 columns for each of those years. We did this to try and provide a walk from the previous projections that we presented in September, or based on September 30, to today. So the green columns are the last projections, and then the gray columns are our changes to get to the current projections. So that's the case for these 3 sets of years that have the 3 columns. Then far out, the 2 years far out, 23-24 and 24-25. I apologize, we screwed up on the colors. We were trying to be so smart. Those are supposed to be blue and the far years out. So those are supposed to be blue because those are our December projections. Okay, and those are those don't have a lot of changes. They're kind of just following out. So that's why we didn't add more columns to those. Okay, so let's get started trying to roll through this here. So let's start with 2021. In 2021, there in the gray column, there are just a couple of adjustments. There's an adjustment to out-of-state tuition and international tuition based on our trends that we're doing a little bit better than we were expecting. So you're seeing $1 million of revenue being added to our projections in this year, 2020 to 2021. Okay,
so that's what I was just asking about.
That's exactly what you're just asking about. And then I'm going to try and walk through the next couple of years on each topic. Otherwise it gets kind of confusing. So then you see in the next category in 21-22, we take out the million because we're not going to project that we're going to do better on top of the million than what we had projected back in September. So if you focus on the total out of state and international tuition, the 13.1 million, you can see our projections are the same. We're projecting we'll have the same total revenue for those in the future years as we projected last time. So there's actually no assumption changes except that we have shifted some of the revenues into this year. Does Does that make sense? And that's the same in both scenarios. So,
Well, you said more increase this year, less increase 21, 22.
yes, ma'am. You got it.
Makes sense.
Okay.
How
And
many-
then there,
How many students does that represent?
oh gosh, I have that on another spreadsheet. I would have to pull it up. Let me come back to that. And I'm sure as you guys talk, I can pull it up and look at it. I don't have it that handy, sorry. Okay, so also in the 2021 budget, there are only a couple other projection changes we have here. A very minor one for an adjustment in salaries of folks we've hired, and then an adjustment at the very end in the transfers to food service and the parking fund, where we won't have to transfer as much money as we were expecting, thanks to the CARES Act being able to cover some of those losses. So at the end of the day here in this year's budget, we have a $1.2 million change. So our deficit is landing at $3.7 million for this year. Okay. All right. Going out into 21-22, you can see in the gray column for 21-22, there are a few more changes to go through. So the total computational revenue, we have adjustments for the FTES. And again, this is based on this assumption that we'd have an 8% decrease in the credit resident FTES and how that impacts our revenues here. So you can see that we'd go from an $82.7 million TCR to a $79 million. Okay, and then in the future years, 22, 23, in the next couple of years, you can see the assumptions there are 5% increase in credit resident and so on. And those all compound on each other, right? So as we grow, it grows in those out years based on the previous years. Go ahead, Marcia.
While you're on this particular chart,
Yeah.
The green shows $1 million increase.
Mm-hmm.
The gray shows $3 million decrease. I'm in the FTS changes.
Yes.
And then a $2 million for the projection.
Mm-hmm.
Is the original $1 million an assumption of increased FTES?
Give me a second to think about the last round of the projections. So those were the projections last time around, and we were expecting at that time to be increasing based on our current COVID decline. So yes. And now you've got the column in gray, and then we get to the blue, the 2 million, as you're mentioning, is truing up to this current assumption of the 8% decrease in credit resident.
Which is really, I mean, the 3 million comes because we've not only decided not increase, but decrease.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I kept trying to figure out what that 1 million was in the original projection, and that's what I thought it was, the projection of growth.
Yep, you've got it. So this top section that we're talking about right here is the only part that changes in scenario 2. So just a reminder for everyone. Any more questions in this section? We've kind of covered the hardest parts.
The 2 million that we just looked at in FTS is an 8% decrease, but it only generates a 2.5% drop in revenue. Why is that?
So you have to remember the student-centered funding formula is quite complex.
Well, that's a different line. I'm talking about just the 2 million is 2.5% less revenue. That's the FTS line.
Yeah, but that line is including a lot of the different portions of the student-centered funding formula. We tried to simplify it. We only called out that center status funding line and the 3-year average line. We still have in the FTS change line, we have our base allocation, which is based differently than specifically on the FTS, and a handful of other student-centered funding formula changes. So all those, oh gosh, I'm getting tired, it's getting late. All of the funding that isn't based on FTS from the student-centered funding formula, someone help me out here. You guys know what I'm talking about. Pamela could help me.
You mean that the
The success and access pieces of the student-centered funding formula that we're based on, that we receive funding on, also play into that too.
But fewer students, fewer success points.
That part was very hard for us to estimate what we should be assuming for that, right? We're doing the best we can with limited information of how to estimate exactly where that's going to land with our students.
Okay, and FTS is still 70% of what we get.
Yes, it is, but the 30% is a large chunk of money. It's not small at all. It's,
I don't see how you
it can
get
swing.
1% to 2.5% with 70% of your money being the FTES. That's all. I mean, we could talk about it later, but that's what confuses me there.
Yeah, we're also only talking about resident credit. We are funded substantially for non-credit, dual enrollment, other areas too. So it's just one piece of our apportionment.
Marcia, I appreciate your reference to maybe covering some of this detail later. And moving on.
Lindsay, are you, when you said your part, are you at the top main revenues and you're going to go down to expenditures and talk about that, or no?
I am. This was the meatiest part though, so the rest will go a little bit more quickly. And this was the hardest part to understand. So yeah, now I'll scroll down to the expenditures section. And these are the assumptions that do not change from one scenario to the other scenario. So just a couple things I want to highlight. The SERP savings here have been adjusted. This is one of the primary assumptions that we changed. And this is based on a thorough SERP savings report that an analysis that we did in the last month of our actual SERP savings based on our current hiring related to the vacancies created from the SERP. So you can see what the savings are and the replacement costs are year over year related to that. So that's built in. And then the other item I want to point out is the bold item, the budget stabilization actions at the bottom of that section. So you might recall that from the last version of projections at the very bottom of the report, Dr. Goswami worked with us to highlight what he wanted the budget stabilization actions to be and the dollar amounts of them. And they were at the bottom of the projections listed out and how it would impact our ending fund balances there. So what we've done here is we've incorporated them into our actual projections, basically saying we're going to do these budget stabilization actions and they'll impact our projections by the $1.8 million and then the $1.7 million in the following year. Okay, so those are now included into our projections.
Can I ask a really basic question on the FTS numbers before we get too far away? Are we comparing to actual this year? In other words, an 8% drop from this year's actual, or the hold harmless number from last year's P1?
We are comparing to the 1920 P1 because that's what we would get funded on. So it needs to be based on that.
So that's an increase. We have to catch up to that before we subtract the 8%.
No. Let me pull up my FTS actual number so I can give that to you, like I said in a minute. But no, it's not. That's not a increase.
Oh, now actual in terms of units.
Oh, you mean compared to actual right now, it would be an increase.
Yes, we're projecting we will increase from this year up to last year's P1, and then we're taking off the 8%.
Yes, I follow you now. Yes.
That could explain my 2.5% question.
Yeah. Sorry about that. It's confusing.
Okay.
Linz,
Yeah.
Marcia, oh, sorry. I'm following you, Marcia, and now I'm like trying to go. The contribution to the STRS and the PERS rates, it's unclear on the bottom because it looks like there's a decrease and then an increase. We're going to get a slight decrease in 21, 22, but then are we projecting that the employer contribution is going to go back up So is that factored in here or no? Not yet, because it's not clear. Anyway, you don't have to answer all this tonight, but I don't see how these numbers add up with the STRS and the PERS contribution rates. And,
So the-
and is it going down because we're reducing salaries and benefits, and how so?
Yeah, the quick answer is the STRS and PERS contribution rates, the projections from them have changed since back when we did this last time in September. So we trued it up to their latest numbers. Plus we're accounting for changes in our salaries also. So it's a mix of the two.
Okay.
Okay.
I think this builds on what Veronica just said. The bottom line expenditure, salary plus benefits, for both scenarios, we drop the 8% or we don't drop the 8% and we stay flat, are exactly the same. That doesn't make sense to me.
Yes, I understand that question. So we have one other factor to talk about related to that question. The changes in
I'll get to that as to why it's the same, because we want to show the impact of not doing anything.
I don't understand. You've got the budget stabilization action.
We have the $1.8 million in both scenarios.
Yes.
So as a result, the difference in the deficit will point to the fact that you will need to do something bigger if it turns out to be an 8% decline. We are not presupposing any actions yet.
You mean what you're proposing here is that we have an 8% decrease in credit resident, FTES, but we make no changes other than the budget adjustments already proposed to account for that.
Yes.
So, okay.
one other minor factor related to that is that we are assuming that our out-of-state and international enrollment would increase. So we have a decrease in credit resident, but we have an increase in international out-of-state too.
Not to that yet, though.
But don't forget about that little piece.
Well, it's a big piece. I was going to talk about it, but not yet. Maybe we skipped it. But go ahead.
So when do we get to the point where we realize, and I see this, that if we do nothing, so we need to do something. So when are we going to have the conversation of we need to do more? And because I don't want to keep asking questions because I know this is just a high level monthly report.
We haven't gotten through both the reports, so you need to see the bottom line of both the reports of the 8% and the 0%.
Oh, the ending fund. Okay, that's right.
Okay, so that's what's going to drive what we might have to do.
Okay, then I'll stop.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and let me see if I can kind of wrap it up here.
So quickly go down to the bottom of
so at the very bottom of this scenario one, and I didn't say this earlier, but scenario one is sort of the not as good scenario, right? It's got a decline in it. So it's not as good as the next scenario we're going to look at. So look at a couple lines here. You have the net change in fund balance, and you can see what I brought up earlier, that this year the deficit is better.
It's not come up yet. Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
I think the screen needs to move up.
Yeah, can you scroll? I don't think I can. No, I'm not. And keep going to the next page.
No.
Down.
Page 2.
There we go. That page. It's just tiny now. You have to have super eyeballs to read it.
Good.
There we go.
No. That was
too big.
Too big. Right there. Perfect.
Good.
Great. Oh, good. Now we can all look at the same thing. Okay. So I was just pointing out the 3.7 million in the blue column for this year. Then jump to the next blue column. So you see that the deficit for next year is projected at 4.6. And then going into the following year, blue column 2.3. And then going out all the way to 24-25, you see we have a positive balance there. So we finally come into balance. And then you can also take a look at the ending fund balance.
So let's go to the 0% now. So we compare.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it'd be, if you had these printed out, it'd be best or in front of you so you can just look at them right at the same time together. But the next scenario, again, only changes really are to that. Can you open the other file, Clyde? The scenario 2. This next one shows us coming into balance sooner, much sooner. There we go. So you can just go down to the second page again. We just want to get to the end. Yeah. Right there. Thank you. Perfect. Okay. So I'll jump to look at year 22-23. That's where you can see in the blue column, the deficit is $100,000. We would call that balance. That's, you know, very, very small dollar amount. So it's out in 22-23 in this version that we would have a balanced budget, and then going out the additional years, you see we have a surplus.
So going back to Veronica's question, what we don't know at this, the only reason we're showing you 2 scenarios is because things are so uncertain that we don't know exactly where we're going to land. If we end up in person and vaccines work out fine and all the policies by the new government is student friendly and all of that, we may end up with the 0% scenario, in which case, which is what you're seeing. If on the other hand, it is true that we end up with the 8% scenario, then we will know starting March or April that the numbers are beginning to look bad. And that at that point, we know that the original budget stabilization actions, which were $1.8 million in 1 year and $1.7 million in 1 year, is not enough. We've got to do more. So that's all it shows. But I'm not prepared to, at this point, lay out another, I mean, it's obvious. To get to a balanced budget, whatever is the difference in terms of additional deficit, that's what we have to cut.
I get it.
So how many F2ES do we have to increase to get back to last year's P1, which is the increase in 21-22 before we subtract anything or stay even? We got to increase.
I think it would have been helpful if you had asked the questions earlier. That way we could have had time to research it. At this point, I don't think we could look it up at the spur of the moment.
Well, see, the problem was it was totally confusing as to what we're talking about. What was the baseline number of FTES? So when Lindsay explained that, that's when the question follows, because that's why it's an increase.
Yeah, the other piece is, and I know you know this, Trustee Cronger, is that we haven't finished this year yet. So we don't know exactly where we're going to land with our FTS this year yet either. So it's like
So, I mean,
it would be another guess of what the difference is between where we're at today and where we're going to be at the end of the year.
So when we talk about balance down at the end here, it seems to me what we're really saying is we've taken some numbers, we've taken some possible increases and decreases, including the 2 years worth of 5% increases, and we've plugged them in. And this is what results. But the reality of those numbers is extremely unclear.
No, not at all.
Okay. Tell me how many MTS we're increasing. Tell me why it is we would assume a 5% increase for 2 years in a row. Plus 25 million in international students that we're depending on.
25 million?
25 million over these years. If we don't.
No, I mean, yes, in that case, I mean, let's look at 1 year at a time, because it's very dramatic to say $25 million. That's similar to saying that over 5 years our budget is $500 million. That doesn't make sense.
No, it does make sense. We're depending on that to come to those bottom numbers and say that it's balanced. And I'm just saying it's good to play with the numbers. It's good to put in some.
We are not playing with the numbers. No. We are not playing with the numbers. No.
Okay, why?
Not playing with numbers. We are giving you two options in terms of where we think we are going to land. One scenario is we will be flat, in which case this is how the budget numbers look. And the other scenario is the worst case scenario of 8%, in which case you end up there. That's all we're saying.
No, you're not saying we're flat. You're saying we have to increase. We have to climb back up.
No, flat 1920, yes.
Okay, and I just said how much is that, and we said we didn't know. And I understand that. I mean, this stuff is not necessarily knowable yet. And it's complicated. But then we go to an increase of 5% on credit in 22-23 and another 5% in 23-24 and say we're going to balance. I mean, I just don't think we've got a level of reliability here to do much with. And that's partly the nature of trying to project things 5 years.
I mean, Marcia, it sounds like you're questioning the assumptions, whether or not it is proper to make a 5% assumption or whether it's proper to make a 0% assumption. I'm not prepared to do that. I have to leave it to Utpal and Lindsay to do that guesswork. But I think at the end of the day, I think we're admitting that we're guessing, and that the real projection that really hit home for me was that in March or April, we're going to have some information that will guide our next action step, but that we don't have it now.
I think you just said the same thing I did, which is this data is not, it's an interesting exercise, but it's not yet reliable enough to say where we're going to be.
Yeah, but I think that's what Utpal is saying.
Well, I think he disagreed with me when I said that. So maybe we're all in agreement on that. I don't know.
I think the key point is that I am taking you to a balanced budget. So what you should look for is whether I'm taking you to a balanced budget.
In 2 years, you said?
Yes. And everything that happens above it, whether this is 17% or 2% or whatever it is, if it turns out to be wrong, we'll adjust our expenditures also. So it's not that the only thing that changes is revenues and nothing else changes. But the point is, if you're going to go to a balanced budget, then the board has to also be committed to taking difficult actions. It is not the case that the assumption was wrong, so therefore we have to make a difficult decision. No, you have to make a difficult decision no matter what. All the difference is that the extent of the difficult decision that you have to make.
And I would agree with that.
So the issue is the bottom line. And the thing is, with the 0% scenario, you get to the bottom line without any additional cuts. With the 8% scenario, you get to the balanced budget with making additional cuts. That's all we're trying to say.
Okay, but what I'm saying is a 0% isn't 0%. It
is 0%. That's what we are calling 0%.
Last year, but we're not there.
It is 0%. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So we have to increase first.
Forgive me, but I think we've exhausted this and maybe each other. I would wonder if it wouldn't be good to move on to 11.5, which is the update on the district's COVID-19 response, which is directly related to these kinds of assumptions. Udpal, would you like to do that?
Yeah, Pamela and Lindsay and Joyce will collaborate in making this presentation.
3 for 1. That's great.
Yes.
I actually think I get to do some of the first slides.
Which is great. Thank you, Michael.
Sure. I'm going to go through them fairly quickly because it is late. But this is basically to bring you up to date on what we've been doing. Next slide, please. So we have done our prevention and response plan. We put it up on the website. That's been growing and developing as we learn more stuff. Next slide, please. You can see that we have our plan. We've put up separate bits of information for depending on whether you're a student or an employee to help folks understand what is their expectations. Next slide, please. We also have extensive what we're calling return to campus information, right? You'll notice the little things here. There are links to take you to the daily health screening for students, for employees, for vendors and guests, as well as some reference material about masks and all of that. And then this other one will show you by area of the college what's going on during COVID, right? So that our students and our employees have an understanding of that. Next slide, please. One of the things that we're very happy with, although it's been sort of challenging across the board. Yeah, click one more to get the text. There we go. Is the Healthy Roster app. This is the pre coming on campus questionnaire that everybody is texted or emailed every morning, and then they're required to complete this. We all get notices. They get, if they pass it, they get a green screen that they can show as they go to the campus each day, right? It's dated, and actually Healthy Roster made it animated so that people can't use a screenshot to get in and bypass the questionnaire. The responses that we're very pleased with, the responses to this come to both HR, to Ed Services, and then we're able to track with directly to folks and work with them to do appropriate quarantines, et cetera. Next slide, please. One of the things that we consider ourselves extraordinarily fortunate is that these are our numbers. These are very low. And frankly, it's mostly because nobody's coming on campus for the most part. But we're very pleased that we've had no on-campus diagnoses of employees. That's not to say that we've had no diagnoses or no positives, but none of folks that have been on campus. Students, it's a little bit higher, but it's being managed pretty well. Next slide, please. In addition, because there was some concern about not everybody being fully effective online, with the cooperation of CSEA, we've been doing a number of reassignments to bring people into other places where they can help out. And you can see predominantly it's answering phones. When you don't man a counter, then the students are calling, and a lot of people needed assistance, answering the phones and answering emails. And our folks have been flexible and really worked with us to plug these holes, and we're very pleased with that. And that's my piece.
Thank you so much, Michael. So we just wanted to show that we have a lot of signage up around our campus related to COVID. We have signage outside all around campus. You see this sandwich board about social distancing and wearing face coverings. And then these additional signs are all over our buildings when you enter doors and enter restrooms. This one on the far left is about entering a restroom. Please, only 2 people at a time. Although I think on campus for the last 6 months, we've not really had more than 1 person in an area to use a restroom, but we're prepared in the event we do have that. We also have signage on our elevators. Next slide. And around campus, we have installed these freestanding hand sanitizers, and we have lots of personal protective equipment and supplies available. We received a large portion of supplies from the state, and we had purchased our own as well. So between the two, we have plenty of inventory that is all housed down at our campus safety and emergency response office that folks from any department can come and pick up in the event that they need it or have run out. Plenty of supplies of masks and gloves and hand sanitizer bottles, as well as these freestanding types, and then lots of cleaning equipment as well. Next slide. We wanted to show you what we've been working on recently, and what we're continuing to work on are these health guards, basically plexiglass that we've been putting up around campus in the offices that currently have folks in them, but we're also working to install them in other locations in preparation for needing them in the future. We've done various types, been experimenting with what works the best. You can see the one on the left that's got kind of the red frame we're quite proud of, because our team built those themselves, custom made, and determined they like that kind of the best, and it's the most cost effective. So we'll be having around campus more of these custom made ones done by our facilities crew. So we thank them for their effort on that. Next slide. So also thanks to the CARES Act funding, we've been able to procure a lot of new cleaning equipment, which is fantastic. The cleaning equipment is more effective in cleaning COVID-19, and it's also safer for our staff and employees to use the equipment. So on the left there is a fogger machine. That's how you can clean a classroom without even having to touch anything. It sprays out a fog all over the classroom very quickly. It works really well. And then the machine on the right in the restroom is quite common. It's something we were really lacking, so we're thrilled to have these. This replaces an old mop and bucket where you just slosh around the germs. Instead, this kind of squirts water out like a pressure washer onto the ground, and then you vacuum it up and it gets everything up. Next slide. We've also improved a lot of our facilities cleaning processes by adding checklists to make sure that we know exactly what's being cleaned and when. We've worked on our HVAC units. We already had the MERV 13 filters that were required, but we've sanitized the systems, cleaned them, replaced the filters where needed. Also working on increasing ventilation with repairing windows in various buildings that had not been operable before. So lots of improvements continuing to take place. We really thank our facilities crew for continuing to work hard on campus and being on campus every day to keep the campus in a good state while we're working more remotely. Next slide. For the last fall semester that just passed, for the in-person classes that we did have, you see the top picture there is La Playa Stadium. We rented these outdoor tents so that we could have PE classes out there. And we also have the picture down below is our cafeteria, where we typically have lots of students eating. And instead what we did was we turned that into a kitchen for our culinary classes to be able to have the necessary social distancing and space. So that was a great opportunity for them to be able to hold their classes there. And we're working on our tent that is near student services that we have had for quite a number of years. We're working on modifying that so that we can use it in the spring for additional outdoor PE classes. So that should be ready in the spring for those classes. And next slide. So we've also been working a lot with students on providing lots of technology devices for them, and they're able to come and check them out through the library. And that's been going quite well. The circulation desk is available. They can ask the librarians questions about when they can pick up devices, what kind of devices are available. Next slide shows the devices we've passed out here. So thanks to our CARES Act funding, and at the very, very beginning of COVID, when things were quite urgent, we passed out Chromebooks that we already had and then purchased many more through our CARES Act funding. So you can see here the numbers of Chromebooks we've passed out to students, and then also some to staff. We still have additional Chromebooks available. What we've been doing is making sure that when our inventory gets really low, we order some more so that we still have them available for our students. So we are primed to have enough available for the students for spring again. And then also we passed out a significant number of hotspots too. And then a handful of other specific devices, depending on the type of program the student was in. We had some specialized computers that were passed out, and even some battery packs purchased for some of our homeless students to use to charge their devices. So we've been trying to be very supportive of any needs that the students may have. I think that's it. I think it's Pamela next. Thank you all.
So I'm just going to get started off with this picture to give you an idea of some of the ways that we needed to plan to think about geography and space in order to accommodate students. So this was an example of how we use space outdoors for some of the PE instruction. If you could move on to the next slide. These are the exempted programs that we were allowed to have inside for indoor lecture, and that's been really essential for us. So those continued throughout the fall quarter. Our plan is to be offering these same program courses again in spring. And then let's go on to the next slide. So in fall 2020, we offered hybrid format across the board and then supported the in-person by making sure that everything was kind of safe and capable of doing that. We had somewhere around 900 duplicated students, and what that really turned into is somewhere below 400 students on campus over the course of a week. And let's go to the next slide. We converted over 1,100 courses to an online modality, and that's something that's been really impressive. I just wanted to highlight the work of the DE help team, which was led by Matt Kay and Kathy O'Connor. We have just gotten approval from ACCJC over the fact that we tipped so many programs over a 50% online offering, and we're in great stead for the work that we've been doing. The Faculty Resource Center, as you've heard over the past couple of months, has done a great job supporting faculty and staff and making sure that we were working well in this environment. So let's go on to the next slide. We're planning, and we were planning very effectively before things got much worse in the purple tier, to grow our offerings that were going to be on the ground in spring. So we're still planning for that, accommodating the schedule. So we've gone from somewhere shy of 200 sections in fall. We're hoping to be able to accomplish 300 sections in person in spring as we start to come back. We'll be adding courses that we had originally planned for fall, in addition to those critical infrastructure programs I mentioned, PE and athletics. We'll be having science labs and a small number of general education courses and a small offering of English and mathematics courses. So let's go to the next slide. Part of what's helped sustain students during this time period is the CARES Act federal funding, 50% of which had to be applied to students. And this is the financial breakdown. So our spring allocation, we gave over $2 million. The guidance in our first allocation was much stricter. As you recall, there was a court case and some work to be able to make that money less restrictive. And so we were able to give more money to more people in different ways. If you go to the next slide, I'll let you know what we did in fall. So in fall, we gave credit students close to $1 million, $909,000, and we were able to award to non-credit students for the first time. So we were able to award 339 non-credit students and to the tune of about $300,000. So that was a really great big step for us to be able to do that support. And with that, I'm going to transition over to Vice President of School of Extended Learning, Joyce Coleman.
Oh, hi there. And I'm listening to Pamela and Lindsay, and they've stolen most of what I had to say. So I won't take up much of your time, but we've done the hotspots and the Chromebooks, lots of support around the Pure Chat, Zoom classes, texting and emailing our students. Next slide. And one of the things that we're really proud of is that we've reached out and worked with our stakeholders to work with the libraries to provide adult literacy support, as well as after-school tutoring for some of the students in our community. Additionally, one of the things that the staff is really proud of is that we developed 12 new Zoom classes to work with memory assisted living homes this past semester to support people who would normally have no access to an outside world, and they're engaging in activities with the Zoom classes. So we plan on growing that particular area. Next slide, please. The food pantry has served over 8,000 people this past semester, both students on campus and community members as well. And 4,000 of those people were unduplicated. Yeah, that's it. Oh, I missed that part. I'm done.
Thank you. That's a very impressive report. Are there questions? Are you tired enough to say I don't have any questions, even if you do? Jonathan?
My only comment that I'm wondering, Peter, is how are we protecting our janitors?
Is there a short question or answer to that?
Or the custodian staff, you know, because
Sure.
I did have a conversation with the custodian, and he said, well, because I said, oh, I can't go in the classroom. And he said, well, why do you have to wait an hour before you get in there? And yet I'm the one in here spraying. And so why is it safe for me and not you? And I was like, that's a good question. So that's not you, that's Santa Barbara Unified, but it did make me think of how we're protecting our custodian.
Right. So we've provided our custodians all the proper PPE. They even have gowns, gloves, you know, they've got to wear the face mask. They can wear shields as well. So they have a lot more PPE than you and I have when we walk into a space. And then, of course, as you said, they're walking in and they're immediately cleaning and disinfecting the space. And like that fogger I pointed out is touchless. So they don't have to actually touch anything to walk into a room and just fog it and then leave and let the disinfectant solution do its work. So we've done quite a bit of extensive training with our facilities and custodial crew, and selecting different products that work well for them. There's a lot of products we've gone through and figured out, okay, this one works better and is easier to use and safer to use.
Okay, so that was my concern. I wouldn't want anybody developing respiratory issues.
Yeah, I would worry about the fogger breathing in the disinfectant. Do we have a mask for that?
I am not familiar with that, so I don't want to comment. I just am not familiar with that specific issue.
Okay. Jonathan, you had a question.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. I hope you indulge, just because it's the first time during the pandemic that we've had this agenda item, or maybe the second time. But thank you. First of all, great presentation. The first thing, I just really liked how you broke down the information on the cases. We should get that every month moving forward. Let's just keep people off campus until we can get access to vaccines. And that's my first question is, are we starting to work on and think about vaccine policies for return to campus? I know it's very new, but is that something that's in the works? We're starting to?
Who would like to answer that one?
We have not talked about a vaccine policy because vaccine is a highly, it's more like a state subject. You know, it's a state guidance. So we will follow essentially what the state guidance are.
Okay. I mean, I think we can go, we can go further than the state always, but I think we can start thinking about that when more information is available. Thank you. Are we doing a travel advisory for our students and employees over the holidays? I know Santa Barbara County is doing 14 days if you travel to quarantine for 14 days. I saw UCSB actually is doing something less. I was wondering what we were doing I know not a lot of people are on campus, but for those who are, is there any advisory or policy being sent out?
Yes, we had issued an email to our students and staff early December. I forget the date, but it went to all the students, all the non-credit students, all SBCC, all about traveling and then if you travel, returning and quarantining and all that.
Thank you. And the last question I've got is, and I liked a lot of what we saw of how what we're doing to support our students. Sorry, it is late. And I do appreciate the things we've done there, but I also cannot not mention the unbelievable amount of communication that I've gotten from students, mainly many students in my district and not, and even some people who are on the campus, of just the frustration with being a student right now and just people falling through the cracks and just not even being able to get through this fall semester. And so I know that this is something everyone is dealing with, and I know we're doing good, and I don't want to erase that, and I acknowledge that, but how are we assessing and trying to react to other needs? And I know that's asking a lot, and there's a lot of work already being done, but just I cannot not mention how much students have come forward, and I've heard from on support outside the classroom and in the classroom on just being a student right now and a person. So just was wondering how we're assessing and reacting to other needs.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
The Associated Student Government is hosting a week of like kinship and stuff, and we're partnering with the Well the second week of the new quarter, where we're going to be like having a lot of topics of conversation and stuff. And actually, Dr. Everett is going to be speaking there. So I'm just saying that ASJ is kind of acting on that and opening up to the students to give them a place to talk.
Wonderful. I want to underscore the importance of Jonathan's observation. We can speculate that first it is amazing to observe what we have done by way of transformation of in-class courses to online courses. That really is amazing. We also know that students are not likely to do as well. The question then that I think Jonathan is asking is, how do we know? Well, how do we assess how our students are doing? And this is not to suggest that we really have any choice. The choice that's left to us is how do we improve the delivery tactics that we employ? But how, are we measuring? And this is probably a question for which the answer should be next meeting. But how are we assessing it?
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
So
I was going to chime in. Go ahead first.
No. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. I think both of those questions, I'm hearing kind of slightly different pieces in that. I'm hearing a little bit from Jonathan about the worry of students who may be fading away, not necessarily just because of academics, but maybe through alienation and worry and anxiety. When I listen to Peter, I'm hearing something about how are we tracking the loss of students and what are we doing to try to pull them back in and retain them. So we have converted all of our personal counseling into virtual sessions. We have created a number of smaller group sessions to be able to pull students in. We have done as much as we can do, and we keep reconsidering what we can do that would be more, that tries to create support for students in different kinds of ways. I was thrilled to see that we did dog therapy and found a way to do it online. So just from kind of the smaller and more accessible to things that are a much more deep and meaningful space for students. So we're working on that level of response. We've done some outreach work to get faculty comfortable supporting students in deeper ways. We've done that work both at an enrollment, re-enrollment, persistence level, and how to really be interacting with students in a more humane online environment. We're tracking the number of students in a different way for drops and losses to see whether or not they're re-enrolling, and that's information that will be kind of coming forth as we move into spring semester. We'll be able to gauge what that looks like. When we look back at the data for spring 20, we see that we lost about the same number of students we typically lose in a semester, but we lost them in a different way. So more of them went for an excused withdrawal than they might have if they simply had failed out. And we found that some more students actually persisted and were retained than might have happened because the online environment allowed them to navigate a more complex personal life. So we've had some losses and we've had some gains, and it's difficult to fully assess for that. And we often struggle trying to know why someone leaves. So we're trying to think up new ways to be able to investigate that work. We'll be doing some focus group work on enrollment and retention as we go forward into the next year as part of our Guided Pathways project. So we're trying to think through all of these unknown spaces and be able to figure out how to quantify and qualify what those student experiences have been. And individually and anecdotally, I've heard from faculty who have told me they've had their most successful semesters that they've ever had, and faculty who tell me they've lost over 50% of their student population. So we know that this has been inconsistent and at times pretty chaotic, both for students and for faculty and the staff who are supporting everybody. So it is difficult to project what the future will bring. So when we're thinking about that at the level of enrollment and finances, and we're looking at what's happening with students, what I do think we're doing well is talking about it out loud and not brushing things under the carpet when they get difficult. So there isn't some grandiose idea that we're doing the super best and we're most fabulous in the state. We're being really honest with ourselves about where and how we're doing well. So I'm optimistic.
Can I add something, Dr. G?
Yes.
Jonathan, when those students talk to you, can you have them to call somebody? Have them call me. I can give you my number. Yes. Because if we know about somebody, we can reach out to that person specifically. I mean, I have office hours on Fridays from 3:30 to 5. Last Friday, I talked to 13 different students who had needs, and I just referred them on to somebody on campus specifically and said to them, if you don't talk to them by Monday, you call me back and I'll follow up with you myself. So we're trying to reach out, and Dr. G got all of us to volunteer, all the managers to volunteer to call 40 students each to talk to them about where they were in the process and how we could support them. So we're reaching out in ways that we probably haven't necessarily always reached out in the past. But I would love for you to, I can give you my phone number. You can have them call me and I'll be happy to talk with them and find ways to support them.
Thank you. No, yes, I definitely will. And I have directed them to the resources I'm aware of, but it's good to get them connected with a person as much as possible.
Pamela, thank you for that answer. That was a good, sound answer, and I'm appreciative. Other questions or concerns? I have Marcia and Anna having their hands up. Anna, why don't you go first?
Okay, yes. Well, I just have two comments. And one is I really am appreciative of, the work that Dr. Pamela Ralston's doing and VP Joyce Coleman is doing, mainly because I'm really sensitive to that discourse around the achievement gap, as opposed to the opportunity gap. And I prefer the opportunity gap language versus the achievement gap, because it shifts that whole, sort of discourse on where the problem lies, meeting our students where they are. And so I really appreciate what you guys are doing. And I did want to echo, Jonathan had mentioned the work around the seniors and reaching out to them. And I mean, those are really good positive steps that need to be highlighted, even as we address some of these problems. And so, we have to have a both and approach, so that the good work that we're doing doesn't feel like it's just being swamped by the problems. And so I just wanted to just acknowledge and just say I really appreciated that, because I was worried about with the remote learning. And when I heard you guys saying making available, and I think it was you, Lindsay, who was saying that you guys are making sure that they have hotspots. And that made me feel a lot better, because it's one thing to provide them, with the mobile devices, but if they don't have the connectivity at home, then it sort of defeats the purpose. So, those are really good, positive sounding, processes going forward. And so for the next meeting about how are we assessing these, Pamela, I really loved the way you broke it down so that, the idea of having the virtual counseling, moving the counseling services online. I know from my own experience, I taught my first remote class, this fall term with 22 students. And I wasn't exactly sure what I was doing in this remote environment. I took the basic training. But one of the things that helped was that the students were peer instructors. And so not only were they helping each other, but they were helping me. And so Lily, I really loved what you were saying about, reaching out to the students. And finally, I wanted to say the Vaccaro Voices that we did yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah.
Time flies.
Yeah, that was that was such a really good and empathetic, sort of feeling. And I think during the holidays, as Jonathan was pointing out, when even on top of all this other stuff, when people are feeling so sad because you can't travel and you can't go home, I just love the idea of doing something that's empathetic and that's, sort of reaching people and making them feel a part of the community. So kudos to the work that's going around, that's addressing these concrete problems that I'm really glad to hear, but also the honesty and recognizing that, yeah, we still have a lot more work to do, but you got to pat yourself on the back for what you're doing right, even as you said it. And now that I pat myself on the back, what do we got to do now? But that's it. Thank you.
Marcia, your turn.
Thank you, everyone, for all you're doing. Pamela, I really appreciate your explanation there. As you get your data and start sifting through it and figuring things out, I would be interested in having the board get an update on what we have learned, how our students are, what's working, what's not working, which students have we lost. There's a lot of discussion about losing a whole generation, particularly of the first gen students, and that the longer they're out, the less likely they'll ever come back, which circles back into our enrollment discussions, as well as our mission, of course, to help bring them back. So I'd like to get an update on what we learned, if we can. There was a story on NPR just today about some of these issues. The information on the number of students who've gotten COVID is very helpful. Could we have a dashboard for everyone to know? I really think that's pretty simple stuff to put on our website. And it looks like we have relatively good information compared to many colleges. I'm a little confused. It said 12 students. There seemed to have been a Channels article that said 15 in the athletic department. What's the difference there? Was the Channels off?
Far be it for me to ever critique the Channels, but we did actually, I think Luce asked them to do a retraction on that article. And so I touched base with Rocco the day after that was published. And so the Channels actually combined a couple of different things in that number. And so that was an inaccuracy.
So the accurate number is 12, and were they not just athletic students?
I think it's been a little while and I can't remember exactly what the area, so I'm hesitant to be specific about it, but I think it was a piece about exposures versus positive tests, and that we had done some proactive restriction of students based on some exposure data, and the students came back negative. So the number, it was a difficult set of information conveyed to the reporter, and things got collapsed in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the travel advisory to students, which I've not seen, what are we telling? To quarantine, to test? What are we saying?
Same thing that we told our staff.
Which is?
I don't have it in front of me, so I can't tell you.
We encouraged people to stay home. If they needed to travel, they needed to follow the CDC guidelines on monitoring themselves after their return.
No, plus we talked something about 7 days or 10 days or something of, no.
Quarantine.
Yeah.
On return.
Yeah.
Before coming back on campus.
Mm-hmm. And getting a negative test.
Yep.
And I'm going to assume that information is available on our website, or?
Yes.
Good. All right. Oh, Robert, sorry. Robert, you're muted.
You're muted.
You may want to talk, but.
Yep. Okay. So, Jonathan, thank you for initiating the discussion on this topic, which I think is really, really important. And Pamela and Joyce, thank you for letting us know the outreach you're doing to reach students. And I'm hopeful. Here's what I see is next fall, after we've gone through winter, spring, and summer of vaccinations, I think a lot of people are hopeful we're going to start going back to normal. And I'm hoping that we can really have a concentrated effort to get back those students that we've lost for all the various reasons, whether they were uncomfortable with online instruction, whether they couldn't function without being with their fellow students on campus, for whatever the reason. We know there's a whole host of reasons, economic reasons, and that we can be able to pinpoint students we've lost and go after them and convince them, okay, this has been a rough last year and a half and we want you back. And so that's what I see happening. And I'm so encouraged to hear from Pamela and Joyce what we're doing to stay in touch with these students.
You just gave us a tagline. We want you back.
We want you back.
Okay. Thank you all. I think we're about to recess for closed session. Am I correct about that? I sense that I am. Is there a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Now, when should we come back to closed session? Do you want to take a 5-minute break or a 10-minute break?
You need to read out as to why we're going to closed session.
Oh yeah, I do, but I also need to find out how long a break you want. I'll get
5 minutes.
Yeah, 5. Yeah.
5. Okay. Clock starts after I stop reading. Ready?
We also need to know how to get to the next room. So
I have a feeling we're going to be instructed about that.
Well, we received emails. We all
You just
received
put it in the
emails.
chat right now.
I'm not on the email list for some reason. I don't get these emails.
Real quick, I posted the link to the closed session in the chat. All you'll have to do is click that link and it'll take you directly to the room. If you guys could make your way to the room before you take your break, just so I can ensure that everybody got there, that would be super helpful for us.
Good night. Bye, everybody.
Bye,
Bye,
Lily.
Good
See you
job,
very
Lily.
soon in 5 minutes. 5.
5. Okay.
You want to read it, Peter?
You need to read what we're doing. From the
Oh,
agenda.
I do. Okay. I'm easily confused at 11 o'clock at night. We are going into closed session to consider public employee discipline, dismissal, release, according to Government Code Section 54957, employee number 2020GS06, and employee number 2020ED07. The second item, public employee performance evaluation according to Government Code Section 54957 for the Superintendent President. We stand recessed. Here we are. I've lost my document. Okay. By unanimous vote, the board authorized the non-renewal of employee number 2020ED07 from employment effective at the end of that person's contract. Motion was made by Veronica Gallardo, seconded by Jonathan Abud. Secondly, by unanimous vote, the board authorized the termination from employment of employee number 2020 GS06, effective immediately. The motion was made by Robert Miller, seconded by Marcia Croninger. With respect to item 2 on our closed session agenda, there is nothing to report. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Motion is made. Is there a second? I'll take Anna and then Robert. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Merry Christmas. Don't have to say
Happy
Merry Christmas.
holidays.
Happy holidays.
Bye. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.